protecting journalists during elections. Thank you all for joining us today and for making the time to be part of this important conversation. I would like to begin by acknowledging and thanking all of our speakers, partners, and participants for being here. In particular, I would like to thank the Thomson Reuters Foundation for partnering with us on the launch of their report on attacks against journalists in South Africa, SANEF for its continued leadership on media freedom and journalist safety, the Electoral Commission of South Africa for joining us today, Africa Check, our PI members, and everyone who has contributed to making the event possible. Shout out to my Moxie colleagues. I truly appreciate all of you. So today is about journalists. It is about recognizing the critical role that journalists play in our democracies and acknowledging that their safety cannot be taken for granted, particularly during election period. When we speak about elections, we often speak about others, political parties, we talk about other institutions, we speak about ballots, voting stations, but at the center of all this is information. Citizens cannot make informed decisions without access to credible, accurate, and timely information. And journalists are often at the center of this, and they make this possible. They are the ones reporting from our communities, asking difficult questions, verifying information, and ensuring that citizens are able to participate meaningfully in our democracy. Yet, increasingly, journalists are being threatened for doing precisely that. Whether through online harassment, intimidation, physical attacks, strategic litigation, or coordinated disinformation campaigns designed to discredit their work, journalists are facing growing risks simply for doing their jobs. These attacks do not affect individuals, but they have consequences for all of us. When journalists are silenced, democratic participation is weakened, public trust is undermined, and access to information suffers. So protecting journalists, therefore, is not simply a media issue, it is a democratic imperative. That is why we have convened this dialogue today. Our conversation is grounded in three important questions. Firstly, what are the realities facing journalists in South Africa today? What practical mechanisms exist or need to exist to better protect them? And what can we do collectively to strengthen collaboration and build a safer and more enabling environment for journalists during elections? Throughout the morning, we will explore these questions from different perspectives. We will begin by introducing the Partnership on Information and Integrity in Elections, which is known as PI. If anyone is also interested, please come see me after the event. It is a multi-stakeholder initiative that brings together civil society organizations, media actors, researchers, and election stakeholders committed to strengthening information integrity and democratic participation ahead of South Africa's 2020 local government elections. PI reminds us that safeguarding our information ecosystem is a shared responsibility that requires collaboration across sectors. We will hear the findings of the TRF report on attacks against journalists in South Africa, which will provide valuable evidence on the challenges facing media practitioners. We will learn about Moxie Africa's media attack reporting system, MARS, which seeks to strengthen the documentation and monitoring of attacks against journalists. We will hear the SANEF on its draft Code of Conduct for Journalists, and from the Electoral Commission of South Africa on the importance of stakeholder collaboration and credible information during elections. Africa Check also has something interesting for us today. Importantly, we will also hear from journalists themselves. It is critical that conversations about journalists' safety are informed by the lived experiences of those working on the front lines every day. Firstly, today's dialogue is also about collaboration. No single institution can address these challenges alone. Protecting journalists, safeguarding information integrity, and strengthening democratic participation are shared responsibilities. They require partnerships between media organizations, civil societies, academic institutions, and so forth. So this is why the reason we have initiatives such as PI, and that is why PI is very important. As we will see throughout today's program, collaboration is not an optional extra. It is fundamental to ensuring that journalists can do their work safely and that citizens can access credible information during elections. As South Africa prepares for the 2026 LGE, we have an opportunity and indeed responsibility to ensure that journalists can carry out their work safely, freely, and without fear. I hope today's discussions will be engaging, practical, and collaborative, and that we will not only leave with a deeper understanding of the challenges before us, but also with renewed commitments to protecting press freedom and strengthening our democratic information ecosystem. Thank you once again for joining us. I wish us all the best and productive, meaningful dialogue today. All right, as mentioned, today's conversation is not simply about attacks against journalists. It is also about the collective responsibility we have to protect information ecosystems that make democratic participation possible. There is perhaps no better way to begin today's program than by hearing about one such collaboration. The Partnership on Information Integrity in Elections, or PI, is bringing together civil society organizations, media practitioners, and so forth. I'm delighted to introduce Thandi Smith, Head of Programs at Moxie Africa. Thandi has been instrumental in shaping and leading programs that advance digital rights, information integrity, and democratic participation. Her work reflects a deep commitment to ensuring that collaboration translates into meaningful action and impact. Please join me in welcoming Thandi Smith.
Good morning everyone, good morning colleagues, good morning partners, and thank you for that introduction. It seemed quite something for the very small job that I have this morning, and that's just to talk a little bit more about the PI initiative, the PI collaboration. We at Moxie Africa have been working on issues of disinformation and elections, information integrity, before we understood what the term information integrity actually meant. We knew that information, particularly during an election period, is absolutely critical to having enabling an informed vote on voting day. Not only that, but it really plays a pivotal part in ensuring that elections are free and fair and safeguarding the credibility of our institutions. Moxie Africa, MMA, formerly Media Monitoring Africa, has been monitoring every election in South Africa since 1994, both national and local elections, as well as a number of elections across the continent, monitoring the coverage, monitoring the media's coverage of these elections. And over the years, as I mentioned, we naturally moved into a space where we knew that we needed to mitigate disinformation around elections, and that work started in 2018. Over the last few years, that work has grown. It has become even more critical to target bad actors during an election period. And in the lead up to 2024, our national elections in 2024, there were a number of organizations doing incredible work around disinformation and elections. But a lot of that work was happening in silos, and we didn't achieve the impact that we could have. Although there were many successes, many wins, many things to be proud of, we knew that the impact would be felt a lot more if we were able to collaborate, to partner, and to leverage off expertise and resources. This also came out in a reflections workshop that was held post-2024 elections with the IEC and a number of organizations that were part of that work during 2024. And it was decided that for the next election period, we needed to set up a structure that was a formal partnership that brought all of these organizations together to work together, to collaborate, and to really heighten the impact and resources that are critical to seeing success. So the PI initiative was established. As Tino Tenda mentioned, PI, Partnership on Information Integrity in Elections, really is a multi-stakeholder collaborative effort in formalizing partnerships to take action and really work to mitigate disinformation and safeguard election integrity. Do we, yes, I was about to say, can we have the website put up? So, the PI initiative does have an information page, a website on the Moxie Africa website. You can navigate to the PI page under programs and initiatives. PI is led by 3 organizations, ourselves, Africa Check, and SANEF. And it really speaks to the strength and expertise and governance that 3 organizations have in bringing together the number of members that the initiative, the partnership, already has secured. We have about 25 members of PI at the moment. As you can see there, a number of the organizational logos of those represented in the partnership are there. We have the likes of CSIR, IEC, Helen Suzman Foundation, CFE Code, Press Council. As you can see, there are about 20 different organizations that are listed there at the moment. And it is growing. The partnership is open to anyone who wants to get involved to work around deepening information integrity and working around mitigating disinformation. There are a number of activities planned for the next few months from the PI initiative, including forensic investigations around disinformation online, looking at social media platforms, hosting events such as this, webinars to engage and discuss a number of critical issues that relate to elections, disinformation, as well as the safety of journalists. You'll see on the previous slide, don't worry about changing, thanks. You'll see on the, you might have noticed on the previous slide, there was a little logo that said slice of pie. And really what that is a regular information, a regular production that I think it's bi-monthly, every 2 weeks. A newsletter, the Slice of Pie, gets released and it circulates around the various organizations and initiatives and highlights the work that is being done by all the different partners that are involved. So it is a regular content that keeps everyone up to date and highlights the critical work. So if you hear about a slice of pie, that is what that is referring to. Throughout the period, we are still open to members joining PI. As I said, you can join in your individual capacity or as an organizational representative. There are different roles within the PI framework. You are able to join as a core member, as an associate member. We are including journalists, media, community media, especially, given that we are looking at local elections. The role of community media is absolutely critical. And so we also, I think one of the key things is that this partnership is supported by the IEC. We are, as Moxie Africa, doing a number of projects and programs in partnership with the IEC, including the Real 411. We're also looking at the framework of cooperation for elections between platforms and the IEC. But I think for today's discussions, it is really important, and we really applaud the IEC for taking on and supporting these programs and this partnership. And so it really is about sharing information. It's about being proactive in mitigating online harms and disinformation throughout the period. And I'm sure we'll be able to discuss more and unpack some of the issues throughout the day. As Tino Teno mentioned, if you are interested in joining the collaboration, please feel free to speak to Tino or myself or William throughout the day, and we will be able to give you some more detailed information about what you can do and how you can do it. And I think I don't want to take up too much more time, so Tino Tenda, I think that is on PI. Please take a look at the website. There is a field that you can also leave your details and contact us as well. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thandi. There's been an announcement. If you haven't been registered, please go outside. There's a lovely lady sitting there waiting to know a lot about you. All right, as we have heard, collaboration is very essential. However, meaningful collaboration must also be informed by an understanding of the challenges we seek to address. Journalists today face increasingly complex threats. They are not only subjected to physical attacks and harassment, but are increasingly being targeted through coordinated disinformation campaigns and strategic litigations designed to intimidate and silence them. Our next speaker is helping us understand these emerging threats. Daniel Roth is a journalist by training and a communications and public relations practitioner by profession. He is currently pursuing his PhD at Stellenbosch University through the Center for Information Integrity in Africa, known as CINIA, where his research examines the intersection between SLAPs and coordinated disinformation campaigns targeting South African journalists. His work reminds us that attacks on journalists are not always visible. They can be strategic, coordinated, and designed to undermine both media freedom and democratic participation. Please join me in welcoming Daniel. Oh, sorry. Our speaker is online.
So I'm trying to share my screen, but it won't let me share my screen. So I don't know if that can change. Sorry, I just tried now, and it just won't let me disable it because I have a presentation that I can share. But if it's too much of a mission, I can just talk. I don't know what's easiest. Maybe I should just...
you can try sharing now.
Can I try sharing now? Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see. If I put this here. Can you see my screen? Okay, I'm just gonna begin. So my research that I'm looking at, I did this, I'm busy looking at turning this into a journal article with Professor Herman Wasserman. But it looks at the case study of Amabungane's coverage of the Moti files and the subsequent slap and disinformation campaign. And I think it's a case that we're all quite familiar with, but I think there are a lot of lessons and kind of insights that we can take from it that apply quite broadly to the media field in South Africa. And I'll kind of get into some of those insights as we go forward. But, you know, while it is a single case study, I think there's a lot of things we can extrapolate from this. So this is just kind of what I'm going to take you through today. When we're looking at, you know, just reminding us what a slap is, some of the kind of key slaps in South Africa, and then taking you through the case, and then the sort of methods of engagement, how they engage with Moti, and then my analysis and some recommendations moving forward. So I think we can kind of debate what a slap is. Some people will sort of think, oh, you know, this should be a slap. If something's included, then, you know, that means it should be a slap. But I think at its core, slaps are vexatious litigation that abuse the legal system to intimidate and silence critics. And it's not just intimidating and silencing, you know, current criticism, it also presents sort of future or prevents future criticism. And I think that's kind of the primary goal. And in South Africa, you know, slaps can take many forms. It's often civil defamation claims. We saw recently there was a harassment order. And I think it's kind of an evolving field where people who are looking to slap journalists are always looking for new ways to kind of prevent investigative journalism. And I think we should also just consider that legal threats that never end up in court should also be recognized as slaps, because they have the same goal, but they often don't get reported because they don't end up in the court system, but they serve the same purpose. And I think where my research really comes in, and what I really want to emphasize with this presentation, is that slaps today are not really just, they're not limited to just legal processes. They're often kind of part of broader campaigns to discredit critics. They often involve really coordinated PR campaigns that push certain information in quote unquote mainstream media, but also on social media. And that's what I'm going to kind of get into today, that in the past, maybe slaps just existed in the courtroom and they're very much centered there, but now they're kind of become another arrow in a whole quiver of attacking journalists. So just a bit of context for slaps in South Africa and beyond. I'm going to move through this quite quickly. But the first time a slap was mentioned in the South African court was Rapex, First Barnes and others in 2011. And that doesn't mean that that was the first slap in South Africa. Obviously, you know, the term was first coined in the US in the 1980s. And even they mentioned that, you know, when the term was coined, it wasn't kind of the first time it happened. The same in South Africa. There have been lots of cases before that and after that where the term slap hasn't been used by the judge or sort of in the media, but it was quite clearly a slap against journalists, or, you know, it's often against environmental defenders. And then obviously we had the standout mineral sands v. others in 2022, where the Constitutional Court ruled that the existing common law can accommodate a special slap defense via abuse of process. And that was really a standout thing, because it said that our existing laws can accommodate a slap defense. And that was, you know, a landmark in South Africa. But I think we heard yesterday in the Thomson Reuters presentation that it really kind of echoed throughout Africa, because it wasn't the first time that an apex court really said, you know, recognized a slap defense and recognized the slap. And then we had the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where they first mentioned the impact of slaps in an environmental rights resolution early this year. So slaps are starting to become more and more mentioned by decision-making authorities, legal bodies. But, you know, like I said earlier, just because something isn't necessarily labeled a slap by the courts or by government or whatever, it doesn't mean it isn't a slap. So just to take you quickly through the kind of timeline of Moti Amabungane before I get into my research. So Amabungane, which is an investigative journalism publication, they first published a series of stories in February 2023 on the Moti files, which were sort of leaked by, or allegedly leaked by, a former employee of the Moti group. And they kind of highlighted some of Moti's dodgy dealings with the Zimbabwean political elite. And then in April 2023, Moti essentially began his social media campaign to, in his words, break his media silence and respond to Amabungane. And this began a really long, coordinated campaign on his social media platforms, but also, you know, in various other media through interviews, opinion pieces, etc. Then the big thing came in June 2023, where he approached the High Court on an ex parte basis, meaning Amabungane weren't alerted to it, and to try and interdict them from using any of these Moti files as sources. And he got the order, but it was eventually overturned. And then in October 2023, he approached the Constitutional Court to reinstate this order, and the court basically said no, and that's all sort of winding down of Moti's online campaign. So this kind of continued through most of 2023, and obviously there's a lot more context to it in terms of lawyers' letters and kind of private discussions between Amabungane's lawyers, Moti's lawyers, but these are kind of the main months that I guess are important to consider. So kind of the key themes that stood out in Moti's legal campaign, in his online campaign, and this comes back to my thing of how the online campaign really is used to support the slap, and I guess the slap kind of then is used to support the online campaign. So he really emphasized the competency of the judge. And this was, I think, in an interview with SAFM, when Moti said, this is when they get the order, and there's a competent judge there. He said a competent judge listens to their legal representation and gets a competent order. I mean, you can see he used the word competent 3 times in 2 sentences. And it was really to kind of show to people who probably weren't aware. And he was trying to say, no, look, if you're criticizing this judge, you're saying the judge is not competent and the judiciary is not competent. So he's kind of saying that anyone criticizing them really is questioning the competency of the judiciary. And he also portrayed himself as a victim of theft. And he shifted the narrative away from these documents being leaked by a whistleblower to being stolen by a thief. And he repeatedly called the former employee that leaked these documents a thief. And he also said that Amabungane were accomplices to theft. No one was found guilty in a court. No one was found guilty of theft. But he still kind of stuck with this narrative. And he really did this to try and undermine Amabungane's credibility. Say, these guys are thieves. They're not sort of journalists reporting and whistleblowing. They're accomplices to theft. And that really positions them as like a dodgy publication that really isn't upholding the rules of reportage and journalistic integrity, as he said. And there were so many other things where he brought up that they used the word alleged, etc., etc. But I think another interesting thing is that he often took information that was true but took it out of context to further a narrative. So we've got here where Moti's team photoshopped a photo of Amabungane managing partner Sam Sol with the sort of hat that was used by the commander of the South African army. And this was to kind of show, Sam Sol was conscripted by the army like all white South African men were at that time. But Moti kind of tried to portray this as Sol wasn't conscripted, but he sort of voluntarily joined the army, and therefore, look, he's this racist journalist that is coming out to get me. And he sort of took this information out of context to further a particular agenda. And, he also used imagery like we see here to kind of further that point. But then I also spoke to the journalists who were impacted by it. And there were kind of the 3 journalists that worked on it were Sam Sol, Mika Reddy, and Dewald van Rensburg. Obviously, there were some other journalists involved, but these were kind of the primary ones that Moti targeted in his court case. And these were the journalists that I spoke to for my research. So the first thing is that the slap and the case became incredibly time-consuming. So when Moti got the interdict that prevented Amabungane from accessing the Moti files, there was about a month where they were just left, in the words of, I think it was Dewald van Rensburg, twiddling their thumbs, because they'd become so focused on this case that when it got kind of taken away from them, there was kind of nothing else in the pipeline. Obviously, as an independent investigative newsroom, you are expecting to work a long time on things, but you need to be sort of not churning out content, but putting out content there, to show that you're actively producing things. And there were also periods of time where these journalists spent some time in hiding because of Moti's alleged influence at certain police stations in Johannesburg. And that caused a significant financial burden on them. And, beyond that, they had to improve the security measures in their offices to kind of, maybe prevent police raids and that sort of things. And that's really costly. We know the funding issues faced by South African journalism, especially a small independent newsroom like Amabungane that relies often on donor funding and donations from individuals to keep themselves going. Now they're covering legal costs, but they're also covering their journalists going into hiding. They're improving their security measures. But I think the interesting thing is that it extended far beyond the newsroom, and it placed a strain on their family relationships. Dewald van Rensburg said that the route that he took most often every day was dropping his son at school. And that caused him a lot of stress because he said, he was often driving and this was his quote, you see the black bucky that seems to take every turn you're taking and you get a bit of a cold sweat from it. And his wife often spoke to him and said, do you really want to keep doing this? And he said, his son even ended up knowing who Morty was. And his son is, I think it was like around about 5 at the time. And I think this just really shows that these cases, they don't stay in the newsroom, especially when there's a sort of security strain and that sort of thing. They really seep into journalists' personal lives. And they kind of have a significant impact on their personal lives and their professional lives. And then another interesting thing, and I'll kind of get into this, but it's the journalists believed that they couldn't go toe-to-toe with Morty. So they feel like it didn't result in self-censorship, which a lot of international reporting has shown that in the face of slaps and disinformation, journalists often resort to self-censorship. But what they did say is that they couldn't go directly toe-to-toe with Morty's social media following. And I think Sam Sol raised an example where one of Morty's narratives was that he was this Muslim businessman that was being attacked by white journalists. And he went on a Muslim community radio station. And Sam Sol said that they felt like they actually had to respond to that. And so Sam actually went on to, it was called Salah Media, the radio station, to respond to this because they felt like they had to kind of set this narrative straight to a community that Morty was talking to. But another sort of quote unquote positive of this was that Amabungane also used the Morty case to raise public awareness of slaps and to kind of show the public and the media at large what was going on and to raise awareness of the slaps. So I think the analysis that we can take from this is that slaps are no longer just limited to the courtroom. They really, go alongside coordinated media and social media campaigns that are used to support these slaps. And they kind of work together, as we saw with Morty emphasizing the competency of the judge. He's using his online campaign to support the legal case, but he's also using the legal case to kind of support his online case. Then obviously the time and cost constraints. We know South African media are struggling. And then dealing with these slaps is incredibly costly and time consuming. Then there's a significant mental impact as well. And that's a problem for journalists. I think, I don't want to sort of jump the gun because I know Thomson Reuters are presenting next, but I know they presented yesterday. And they mentioned that a lot of senior journalists are leaving the newsroom. And you can see why from cases like this. It's incredibly tough to deal with, both professionally, but then you see it seeps into your personal life. And that sort of leaves a lot of journalists really debating whether it's worth staying in the field. And then finally, the engagement. And it reminds me of that quote, that famous quote that says, don't wrestle with a pig in the mud because the pig is going to enjoy it and you're just not going to win. And I think that's kind of the thing is how do you push back against these narratives without kind of getting bogged down in a social media war, probably with someone who's got more followers than you and who's got more money and time to throw at this thing and who's got a sort of particular narrative that is quite hard to challenge. And so it really raises questions of how you selectively engage with these things. So I think finally, just to end my recommendations on this, is that we still need more research into this. And that's what my PhD is looking at, is kind of broadening the scope of this research into especially sort of smaller community newsrooms who, A, don't lack the financial resources to defend the slap, such as hiring lawyers, but they might not even understand fully what a slap is. And that can lead especially to sort of more out-of-court settlements where journalists haven't actually done something wrong, but they end up just settling a case because it's easier, and the alternative is to end up in court, and it could literally impact their entire newsroom and publication and could cause financial ruin. But I also think we need improved judicial training. A lot of international research has suggested that judges might not always be familiar with media freedom principles or sort of what a slap is. And that means that certain judges can, for lack of a better word, be targeted and leave the system vulnerable to abusive litigation. And we saw it recently with the harassment order granted against the Sunday Times journalists, where, we've had this great slap defense recognized by the Constitutional Court, but they'll always find ways to kind of get around that. And I think you really need greater judicial training to recognize when someone is actually trying to prevent the media from doing their job in a competent democracy versus when someone is actually raising a genuine issue with the media. And I think we also need journalists to get greater institutional support. As we're kind of heading towards the elections, we're also seeing more and more journalists targeted in their personal capacity, which exposes them to significant legal costs, financial risk, and psychological pressure. And more now so than ever, as newsrooms are shrinking, we really need journalists to kind of push back and to hold people in power accountable. But it's it's impossible if they're not getting the institutional support when they're being targeted by slaps, when they're being targeted by these disinformation campaigns, because we see the really significant psychological pressure. And then if they've got to contend with the legal costs and the financial costs, that's just a completely different story. And then finally, we need public awareness of the impact of slaps. You know, to understand that the difference, like I said earlier, when someone is raising a legitimate issue with the media versus when someone is quite clearly taking the media to court, criticizing them online in sort of response to very relevant public interest journalism. And so I think there needs to be more public awareness on the impact of slaps, particularly in the lead up to the election, so the public know the importance of the media and supporting the media, and to know when there is sort of attacks on the media that are threatening the very fabric of investigative public interest journalism in South Africa. And that is all from me. I'm hoping to turn this article into a journal article, and it's also going to be the focus of my PhD research. So I'm sure I'll kind of be digging deeper into this, but thank you all for listening. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person and sort of see the room that I'm presenting to, but thank you for taking the time to listen.
All right, thank you so much, Daniel. That was quite interesting. If anyone has questions for him, I hope you wrote down his email address. If we have time at the end, we will have a question and answer session for him. So while research helps us understand emerging threats, evidence remains one of the most powerful tools for advocacy and action. Protecting journalists requires not only to document attacks when they occur, but also to understand the broader legal and systemic challenges that shape journalist experiences. We are therefore incredibly grateful to the Thomson Reuters Foundation for partnering with us today to launch their report on attacks against journalists. The foundation has long championed media freedom, access to justice, and the protection of journalists across the world. We are delighted to be joined by Lydia and Gaki from TRF, whose work advances media freedom and access to justice globally, alongside Penyo from Power Law, whose work in constitutional and human rights law continues to contribute to strengthening accountability, access to justice, and the protection of fundamental rights in South Africa. Together, they bring a wealth of expertise that will help us unpack both the findings of the report and what they mean for journalist safety and democratic participation in South Africa. Ladies, please come to the front.
Hello, good morning. My name is Gaki Mbae, and just picking up from the previous speaker, we can see that the courts are the new battlefields for journalists, right? And Penyo is going to talk to us about some of the weapons that are now being used to undermine the work of the journalists. I should say that weaponizing the law is a diagnosis. So some of the findings that Penyo is going to share with us today, they are not isolated issues. These are issues that some of us have worked on, given the various mandates of our work. But weaponization is a diagnosis. So we look at the issue systemically. So we look at all the legal threats, and we look at how the law is being used to undermine the work of the journalists. This report is part of a three-part series so far. So we started in 2023 with a global report where we mapped the trends globally. Then we started with a deep dive of Kenya, which was published in this year in February. And now the South Africa report was published yesterday. You can use the code to access the report. And we are going to use the next few minutes where Penyo will share the key findings and the recommendations, and Lydia will be sharing the next steps forward. Thank you.
This is quite high. I don't know if it's adjustable. Yeah. Apologies, I'm very short. Good morning, everybody. Hope that everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for having us during this session, and thank you for all those who attended the webinar yesterday that was hosted by the Thomson Reuters Foundation on the launch of the report. So a lot of what I'll be touching on today is more or less of a repeat as to what was spoken about yesterday, but I want to focus a little bit more on recommendations today because this is kind of the space where we want to be able to leave with actionable plans moving forward. So Alt Advisory, associated with Power Law Africa, was commissioned by TRF to complete 2 reports on media threats facing journalists. So the first, as Gaki had indicated, was published in February, which was on Kenya, and then the South African report was published yesterday. So for the South African report, we did a bit of research and then a needs assessment, which then informed sort of the evidence that we gathered and included in the report. We had about 96 survey responses, 3 focus group discussions, and an expert group discussions with experts within the media space, who then also reviewed and validated the report. And some of the key findings, that we gathered spread across sort of 4 themes with 17 threats in total. So the 4 main themes were abusive court processes, as Daniel had pointed out, includes slaps, prior restraints, etc., regressive and disabling legislation, technology-facilitated harms as a 3rd theme, and the last theme was labor and sustainability challenges. So on some of the, I won't go into each of the threats, but I will go into some of the recommendations that we had highlighted from the report. They are sort of at the end of the report, and we would really encourage everybody going through them. But we picked out from sort of the challenges that we recognize that while there are some efforts that require a little bit more coordination, there are also recommendations that are sort of easily actionable. And we want to take you through some of the easily actionable recommendations, other sort of long-term strategies, and also just some soft system solutions that we already have in place. So, on sort of the low-hanging fruits and on things that we can do in the process, especially when addressing abuse of court processes, we had recommended, firstly, having a database that enables there to be sort of a repository of all abuse of process court cases as they occur, and as Daniel had noted, even those that do not reach the judgment phase, as well as a repository of prior request trackers, because one of the findings that we had discovered was that individuals, journalists who seek prior requests or personal access requests for information under PIA would be denied and would not have reasons for that. So we recommended there being a repository or database of that. Another recommendation which we saw as sort of easily actionable is potentially approaching the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development together with the Office of Chief Justice, so that on our online case management systems, for those who are lawyers and know that we usually use Court Online and Case Lines, we could just easily have a tab or a button that one can press on if one is in litigation and they feel as though there's an abuse of court process. That would also allow for the quick expedition of those sorts of matters before they actually have to, it has to be heard on the merits. Some longer-term strategies includes some legislative amendments, such as an amendment to the Protection for Disclosure Act for instances where whistleblowers come into the fore, and where they make disclosures in the public interest. Because one of the points that we saw and one of the issues that we picked up on was lack of whistleblower protection and overbroad laws under that act. Secondly, capacitating the press council. One of our findings was that abuse of court processes is becoming more and more prevalent because as a country we are just becoming more and more litigious. One way to mitigate that would be to capacitate the press council so that some matters and disputes can be heard there as opposed to having been litigated in court. And so just some soft system solutions on what we already have and what we can sort of double down on is there are a lot of civil society initiatives and industry reforms on the go. We have seen the M20 being launched last year. Moxie Africa has a slapback site, which includes guidance for journalists and other public interest defenders who feel as though they may be experiencing an abuse of court process against them. We have the free Expression Legal Network, which was established last year, which aims to support public interest defenders and journalists who are being attacked for the work that they do. And an important intervention as well that sort of cuts across all of these recommendations and the issues that we picked up on is just really reinforcing the importance of mental health networks and mentorship, especially for younger journalists who are feeling more and more isolated due to the threats that they encounter. I'm going to hand over to Lydia to just take us through next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penyo and Gaki. And so our next steps start with a reflection. So since we are all on our phones one way or the other or a device, please join me online so that we are together in that space on the Menti link to just take time to reflect about what do we need to begin to do differently. So the question is loading on the screen shortly, but it's just a reflection in light of this session and the previous session by Daniel. What should we stop doing? What should we start doing? Or what should we invest more in? To just help to prompt us to think about what next steps potentially look like. So if you scan it, it'll take you to the landing page. And you just need to answer the one question that is live. And I'll just read out the responses and hopefully it begins to trigger some of the next steps you can begin to take to ensure that all these findings and all these wonderful reports that we are working through and information we are collecting does not remain just that. So if you have any challenges, please can let us know, then we'll be able to support. I can see 13 people are on there, 14, 15 people. Okay, so once you're on there, you can just go ahead and respond to the question. It doesn't have to be the answer to all the three questions. It can be what we need to stop, what we need to start, or what we need to invest in more. So one person proposes that we ensure punitive costs for those who bring the cases. Better than flogging, I guess. We can flog them too, hey? I didn't say it, lists. Yeah, so meal for media. Okay, I'd need that to be expounded. You can just come in and expound it. I think I didn't quite get it. We need to invest in teaching grassroots journalists about digital safety. Yes, that's an important reflection. Okay, we have 3 of 18 of us responding, waiting for more. And you can respond multiple times, so do not feel like your expression is being stifled. We are not about that here. Invest in awareness and support of networked responses, indeed, to slaps. Yes. So 3 out of 20. Keep fighting back. Make the legal process clearer to defend against abuse. encourage journalists to report and take cases forward. That's very important. And I think even in the course of coming up with these reports across the continent, one of the things that has always been difficult is the lack of visibility on some of these cases. And so being able to gather data around it, being able to report and forward cases to bodies that are able to surface how these attacks are happening is actually quite central to some of the action we can take. Someone else proposes a fund to protect journalists, to hold social media companies to account, and then we need to train judges, an important element, provide journalists with access to legal opinion in a cheap, quick, scalable way. 7 out of 21. We have 14 other brilliant ideas we are waiting to hear. Empower media consumers to call out those who use slap tactics. Invest in more legal protection for community and groundwork media institutions, protect media practitioners' livelihood and profession to keep journalism impartial, impactful, and informative. And I'll just keep this open for the rest of the morning as well, and we'll be able to share just a collected document on some of the suggestions or reflections that we've gotten from this session. But as we can already see from some of the initial responses we've received, no single actor can respond effectively to all these threats. And I'm glad that we are having this conversation today in a collective manner, recognizing that each of us has a role to play. And so this is our call to action. Could we bridge the gap by playing to each other's strengths and working together in a more collaborative way? So I know there's the legal network for support of journalists run by the Campaign for Free Expression, and Isaac was busy shaking his head and telling me not to put him in the spotlight. We have the Trust Law Service that is able to provide legal research and ecosystem research to amplify some of the gaps and some of the areas that we can actually rely on for legal protections within the existing legal frameworks. We have bodies like SANEF, we have Moxie Africa. We've got a strong room of players, and whereas the challenges may seem surmounting, so is the expertise and the resources and the ability to fight back represented in this room. And so our call is one of collaboration and requesting that you please reach out and see how we can collaborate on this legal work, because it's not just a one-player response, it needs a coordinated ecosystem response. And we look forward to seeing how many of these suggestions can be put in place, save for the flogging one. I think that's against the law, but we will try to see how we can reach out to each of you to collaborate around making sure that these reports do not just live on paper, but spring us into action to actually respond and strengthen protection for journalists and keep the spirit of democracy alive. And with that, I'll hand back to Tino to come and carry on with the rest of the program. And please talk to us today. We'll be around. We're happy to have conversations to see how we can work together and take this work forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers for those important reflections. We have one last presentation before I let you guys take a break. So in an election period, information matters. The ability of citizens to make informed decisions depends not only on journalists being protected, but also on information being accurate, verified, and accessible. Africa Check has been at the forefront of strengthening public access to verified information across the continent and continues to play a critical role in combating misinformation and promoting accountability. We are delighted to have Keegan Leach with us today. Through his work at Africa Check, Keegan contributes to strengthening information integrity by ensuring that public discourse is informed by evidence, accuracy, transparency, particularly during election periods when access to credible information matters most. Please join me in welcoming Keegan. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Is this okay? Am I speaking enough into the mic? Okay, great. This is going to be a very short session. I won't keep you from the tea break very long. It's basically just an introduction to Africa Check's work, for those who don't know us, and particularly to the kinds of work that we do during election periods that can help out other people working in media and journalism. We do lots during elections to try and improve our reach and help others improve their reach and improve their ability to respond to false information during a critical period. And so that's basically what I'm going to cover today. If you haven't heard of Africa Check, we're Africa's first independent fact-checking organization. We started out here in Johannesburg in 2012. Goodness, a long time ago. And we now have offices in 4 African countries, obviously South Africa, but also Kenya, Nigeria, and Senegal. And we've kind of found as we've grown that we can't just keep opening new Africa Checks in different countries. It is more effective to lend our assistance and our help and our resources to other organizations who are doing similar work and try and have a sort of force multiplier effect on improving information integrity in the information ecosystem. So as well as our fact-checking work, we do a lot to try and improve public debate and information integrity in the countries in which we work. And a lot of that is about helping out other organizations and journalists and so on. We've covered a lot of elections since 2012, and we've covered elections in the 4 countries in which we work, obviously, but we've also assisted other organizations in covering other elections in African countries around the continent. And it means that we have a pretty good idea of what is effective when covering an election and what kinds of false claims and false information we're likely to see during and immediately before an election period. A lot of the time when we are working around an election, we're very focused on collaboration. We're focused on working with other media organizations, civil society organizations, basically anyone who will let us help them out and work with them, governments and social media platforms and anyone who will listen to us. Because we find that when we just write a fact check and publish it on our site, there is a relatively limited audience who knows about us and will come seek it out and will see it. But if we're able to work with other partners who have their own publishing platforms and their own audiences, then we reach many, many, many more people than we ordinarily would. And we do it essentially without them having to do any additional work themselves. You may recognize these very competent people. This is some of the work that we've been doing with Moxie Africa and other partners, doing election verification training as sort of part of our work leading up to the election with the IEC, with Moxie Africa, with Selga. All sorts of organizations have been running these election training workshops for journalists. And that is the kind of work that we try and do around election periods anyway. We train journalists, civil society organizations, activists, ordinary people, anyone that we can on how to spot and debunk false information and how to verify accurate information. So if you have a group of people, whether they are already working journalists and professionals, or whether they are ordinary people who just want to be a little bit more prepared, then we provide those kinds of trainings and those kinds of skills. And we cover all sorts of things. It depends on the audience that we're speaking to a little bit, but we'll talk about things like what is the impact of false information and disinformation during elections, practical skills and tips for how to spot and verify misinformation, and some tools and techniques for that. We cover sometimes quite specialized things like geolocation and chronolocation, how to verify where and when a picture was taken, for example, how to verify whether something is a real image or whether it has been manipulated or increasingly often AI generated and things like that. And if you are a working journalist, then we try and tailor this to sort of how you can build these skills into your existing editorial processes. So if you're already doing some kind of election reporting, then we try and give you not just like what we do, but how you can incorporate those techniques and skills and tools that we give you into your existing work. And if you are an ordinary member of the public, a lot of the focus is on how to find and share credible information. So how can you know that a source is accurate? How can you seek out accurate sources? And how can you make sure that you're not essentially contributing to the problem? We also produce a lot of content related to elections, so we're not just training other people. We obviously are continuing with our regular fact-checking work. And this is quite broad. It is stuff like responding to false claims on social media. That's our meta program fact checks that we do. But it's also things like reports that get quite in depth on, for example, what are the various leading political candidates saying about the state of the country in the lead up to the election? What are the various political parties' manifestos saying, and are they getting it right? We do fact sheets and things like that, which are not debunking anything or responding to false information. That's about proactively publishing accurate information. People who are going out to cast their vote want to know that they are casting their vote based on accurate information. They're making that decision based on accurate information. And so we try and make it very easy to find. And if you have anywhere that you publish content, then you can republish all of this work for free. There's a few restrictions, like don't change the words that we have written, credit us properly, but you can publish it for free. You don't actually need to ask us. But if you want it to be a little bit easier, if you want us to create an RSS feed that covers only particular topics or something like that, so that you can automatically port that over to your website and put it up as it comes out on ours, then let us know. We are very happy to make that happen. And if you don't want to talk to us at all, then just check out our website for our guidelines on how to republish our content. You can do it for free anytime with anything that we publish, as long as you follow those brief guidelines. And it can be republished in full. We also have some guidelines on how to use us for additional reporting. For example, we typically quote other sources. We're not doing original research. So when you quote us, don't just say according to Africa Check. Point out where we actually got our information from and things like that. We have a few guidelines up if you want to do that kind of thing, but we encourage you to do it. And if you want us to help you make it easier, then please reach out to us. This is the kind of thing that we publish around election time. You can see there's a bit of a range, but we'll do things like fact-checking big claims from the manifestos of major political parties, fact-checking claims about particular topics from leading candidates, and manifesto launch speeches or other important political events and things like that. There's also some sort of, as I said, some range. There are things that we're publishing that are just accurate information that people might want to know. So we'll probably be publishing very similar election fact sheets to this in the lead up to the municipal elections, explaining, what do we know about jobs, access to water, access to electricity, maybe even what do we know about how the elections work? When you go into the ballot on election day, what can you expect? And in a similar vein, guides which are not responding to false information but are explaining how you can vet a claim for yourself, how you can spot a fake video, that sort of thing. That's all on our site if you just want to use it as a helpful resource to link to people, to help promote these skills and things like that. That's all available. And the list goes on. Some of these are not quite election related, but we try and cover important topics that shape public debate and might at least influence who people are considering voting for or what political claims they believe and so on. So for example, how much do South African MPs earn is not really an election related claim in a direct sense, but it's the sort of thing that we just try and explain in simple terms so that people who want to understand the political process and the political system can do so easily. And then there's sort of like the bottom of the barrel stuff, the false claims going around on social media, the AI-generated images, the scams and things like that. These are always swirling around online, and in an election period, they take on a sort of election tinge. The scams that would usually be promising you a job at Pick and Pay are now promising you a job at the IEC. And so we're covering all of those things as well and trying to especially pick out claims that might disrupt the electoral process or undermine it, or affect how people cast their votes. Sometimes that's quite serious and potentially dangerous. You know, false claims targeting migrants and things like that, which also play into how the electoral process works and try and undermine it. But this is just sort of generic content that we are publishing all the time, making sure that what we see on social media has been checked by someone. If you want to work with us, then please reach out to us. This is me, Keegan at africacheck.org, and if you are part of PI already, or if not, hopefully you're going to sign up for it today, you will probably recognize Kaylee's name. She's working very closely with PI, and if you're part of that project, you probably already have had some contact with her. Reach out to her about our election work, and we'll see how we can help you. Thanks.
Thank you to all our speakers in the morning. From this morning, I think we've heard from our PI members, from Tandy, Daniel, Keegan, and our partners, TRF. So now we're not going to take a short break. I encourage you to take this opportunity not only to grab a cup of coffee and stretch your legs, but also to continue some of the important conversations we have begun this morning. The dictator in me wants to give you 5 minutes to get a coffee and come back, but I'm going to allow you 10 minutes, and then it'll be fully unraveled. All right. Thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee. The speakers, please come to the front. This lovely lady here would like to take a picture of you for their social media pages. Thank you. Please go get coffee before I start shepherding you in. Thank you.
decide what people see. The content can be true, right? But you'll make sure that people see true content that's positive about some parties and see lots of negative content about other parties, right? But you make sure that the obverse is not the case.
If you saw something that wasn't true on Twitter, formal media might be able to counter that. But if it's going around on WhatsApp, no one knows. It doesn't reach your notice, you know. And you also, no one knows how many people have actually seen it.
Ensuring that we are empowering citizens with digital literacy skills, which I think should be the first thing that we should be doing. Second to that, in fostering critical thinking, that not everything that we see online should be taken as face value.
I'm fine with that, but I've got my notes. So when you ask me a difficult question, I'll run away.
Yeah, it's okay.
Where are you now?
I'm at SABC.
What do you do for them?
I'm the national editor.
Evan, give me a job.
Ever evolving information ecosystem. You are no longer guaranteed a credible process by merely getting the basic elements of an election process.
Sunshine, when she's gone, this house is staying alone. Every time she leaves
ngicabanga ukuthi le festival ibalulekile kakhulu, and that's why I'm happy to be here. I think whistleblowing is an essential part of democratic freedom. Yet, as has been mentioned, many whistleblowers pay a heavy price for doing so, physically, financially, socially, and emotionally.
Whistleblowers' struggle is they don't have the finances. How do they get legal support? So through that methodology, we've partnered with legal firms to get them to give the legal support. We then look at psychological support. We've partnered with clinical psychologists who can assist all our whistleblowers.
I think people often forget that media houses are businesses and are chasing profits too. And journalists are caught in the middle of all of that back and forth between what you think is ethically correct versus what membership wants, just a profit margin. So in all of that, there are things that fall to the wayside, including real life people.
That no matter how important whistleblowers are, how much of a hero many of them turn out to be, the reality in society is we cannot rely on whistleblowers. Our institutions have to function.
Does becoming a journalist not necessarily mean that you are becoming a professional whistleblower? Because any story written can cause harm or be considered a threat, because every story reveals certain information or exposes certain information. So who are the real whistleblowers?
I think, as a society, we have to ask ourselves, are we doing enough? Whistleblowers, what more could be done in order to save them from threats and real harm?
sunshine, when she's gone.
Intersection of myths and disinformation when we're talking about hate speech, I think creates a very complex web of challenges. The demand, for example, when we're talking about the comprehensive, and I think my colleagues touched on this a bit, the multi-dimensional approaches that we need to start looking at, because not only are we dealing with hate speech, but we're also dealing with elements of disinformation at the same time.
Twitter, TikTok, these Instagram, these platforms, they do have provisions for you to report hate speech on their platform. Before you even report to Facebook or Twitter or TikTok, we always encourage that you report it to Real 411.
So in the L411, you can report disinformation, hate speech, incitement of violence, and journalist harassment.
More often than not, hate speech sits in those shades of grey, where it may meet some of the criteria, but it doesn't meet others.
There's a boundary between, speaking loosely, between free speech and hate speech. Everyone has a right to freedom of speech, which includes press freedom, the freedom to receive and impart information and ideas. But that right does not extend to three things: propaganda for war, incitement of imminent violence, and advocacy of hatred that constitutes incitement to cause harm.
I think it's important for all the scenarios to remember that the test for hate speech is an objective one.
On social media these days, the way that misinformation and disinformation works, it's coming from really powerful nations and really powerful places. And it's hard to discredit these people if you don't have enough social capital on your side.
Like our other young journalists in the room, those of us that are fighting for social justice, we have to keep fighting, and it's probably going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Intersection of myths and disinformation when we're talking about hate speech, I think creates a very complex web of challenges. The demand, for example, when we're talking about the comprehensive, and I think my colleagues touched on this a bit, the multi-dimensional approaches that we need to start looking at, because not only are we dealing with hate speech, but we're also dealing with elements of disinformation at the same time.
TikTok, these Instagram, these platforms, they do have provisions for you to report hate speech on their platform. Before you even report to Facebook or Twitter or TikTok, we always encourage that you report it to Real 411.
So in the L411, you can report disinformation, hate speech, incitement of violence, and journalist harassment.
More often than not, hate speech sits in those shades of grey, where it may meet some of the criteria, but it doesn't meet others.
There's a boundary between, speaking loosely, between free speech and hate speech. Everyone has a right to freedom of speech, which includes press freedom, the freedom to receive and impart information and ideas. But that right does not extend to three things: propaganda for war, incitement of imminent violence, and advocacy of hatred that constitutes incitement to cause harm.
It's important for all the scenarios to remember that the test for hate speech is an objective one.
On social media these days, the way that misinformation and disinformation works, it's coming from really powerful nations and really powerful places. And it's hard to discredit these people if you don't have enough social capital on your side.
Like our other young journalists in the room, those of us that are fighting for social justice, we have to keep fighting. It's probably going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Intersection of myths and disinformation when we're talking about hate speech, I think creates a very complex web of challenges. The demand, for example, when we're talking about the comprehensive, and I think my colleagues touched on this a bit, the multi-dimensional approaches that we need to start.
All right, can you hear me? Those who are still outside, please find your way inside. Please be found at the right place. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you have had enough time to network. For the sake of time, I will just introduce our moderator, and then he will do the needful. All right. Next up, we have a panel where we are going to talk about very, very important things. All right. So Lance is going to come and introduce the rest of the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. For myself, I'm the national editor of the SABC. My name's Lance Claassen. In these kind of circles, there's a bit of confusion sometimes because I've got a twin brother who's also a journalist, and so we end up at the same kind of events and people start greeting us, greeting one for the other. So we have this panel looks at issues specifically looking at the safety of journalists during the election period. We've got 3 guests that can come up. I will introduce them one by one. First up is Moipone Malefane, media strategist, former political editor, political journalist. She's worked with the Sowetan, Sunday Times, and The Star. She's over 18 years worth of experience in this field. Thanks, Moipone. Then we've got Hopewell Kadebe, is a projects manager at SANEF, veteran journalist. He leads many of the projects and initiatives at SANEF when coming to issues of press freedom and newsroom safety protocol. And then Fikile Ntsikelelo Moya. Normally, I would have gone and said he's a journalist, but he's left us to join the IEC as the general manager for communication. He has a long history of in journalism, and so he'll be briefing us on what's taking place at the LGE later this year. And then last but not least, Tina Power, managing editor of Power and Associates, constitutional law specializing in human rights, focusing on freedom of expression, accountability, and strategy, legal remedies. Thank you so much. So thank you, colleagues, for joining us. When it comes to issues of safety on journalism, we don't have to look far for any kind of stat. We just have to look for the Moxie's 2024 input on journalism, and there were 1,000 online attacks targeting journalists in the 2024 election, and that was just 2 years ago for our national election. As you know, each election is different, but we can all build upon information from previous elections, and this is disconcerting because not only are these attacks sporadic of the belligerent, arrogant, and the ignorant that's just angry with somebody online, but it's coordinated attacks that's become prevalent now. If you go to the Committee for Protecting Journalists, it is recording high amounts of physical assaults and detentions of reporters. We don't expect much of that, but when coming to UNESCO and the International Center of Journalism, there's been a reported 41% online attacks against journalists who form part of these orchestrated campaigns. So it's not just a case of some angry person tweeting, having an angry tweet. It's a coordinated campaign, whether it be through bots or through an army of volunteers trying to get through to journalism. And then with women in particular, it indicates that 73% of women journalists have faced online violence, with 20% experiencing offline physical abuse, harassment linked directly to online threats. So it shows that there's an increasing link between online threats and physical harm to journalism. Elections are contested spaces. They're rowdy spaces. Many of us have covered rallies and the like. We are not expecting things to go smooth, but we are expecting to be safe, and we are expecting those that lead these political parties and organizations to have a strong hand over their followers. So without much ado, let's go into the physical environment of journalism. Now I'm going to put it out to our colleagues over here. That specifically, I'll start with Hopewell and we'll go around. Have threats against journalists become more organized and coordinated? and aggressive than in previous cycles. Is this a real issue, or is it something that's taking place around the world, and is it happening here?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues.
Lance.
Lance.
Lance Klassen.
Okay. Lance, what we are noticing, because our organization, SANEF, tends to document this, that every elections tend to have more increased numbers.
Mm.
That goodwill that was great, that was there in 1994, it's dissipating. Much more people are beginning to see what is at stake for them if they go for local government to be councillors. There are more who have stand a chance to be in parliament. It is now a job. But somehow they have a feeling as if journalists are pulling them down. Journalists are breaking them, or by writing and profiling them, therefore they are exposing them somehow. And that begins to be a problem. I'll mention that we tend to have two kinds of attacks. One would be just criminals. They tend to look at the cameras and they chase journalists with cameras, and they want to take that. That criminal element is there. And because journalists are out there in the field, in every section of townships, in town, when they see a chance to rob journalists armed, with either knives or guns, even they rob them. That's the element that is there, and it's very, very painful and traumatic for those journalists. But we are beginning to see now journalists being targeted. Let me give an example of Fikile Mbalula coming out of the elections with the party having earned less votes, and start saying, had it not been for the SABC, which went around giving people cards, to red card or yellow card or green card the party, according to people's feelings, we would have won better, literally. And it led to one of the SABC head of news being sidelined and kicked out. In the Free State, the Lesedi radio hosts were threatened physically and also on social media, where we had people saying, we're going to rape your children, we're going to do all sorts of things, and it literally affected them, and some of them didn't want to show up at work because they were scared for their families. So we're beginning to see that increasing. The EFF did its fair share, where it banned journalists from the rallies because they worked for ENCA, for example. And it went on to make sure that those journalists, they could not report. Journalists who followed some of the MECs that are working in Gauteng, in Johannesburg in particular. The guy was reporting in the taxi rank. Sorry, I just slipped my mind. I was trying to remember the name of the taxi, MTN taxi rank. And the journalist that was there was pushed. She was female, and almost stepped on by the people who were protecting the MEC. So I'm giving this example, but they increase every election cycle now. And they're beginning to find it worthy, maybe, to intimidate journalists, as if intimidating journalists will get them more votes. I fail to see the logic why, but it's there, it's happening.
Thanks so much. Mopone, the issue of you stand outside, you've worked in a newsroom for a long time, but you stand outside now. Do you think this impacts on the quality of news if journalists are fear for their safety?
Yes, it does. But important is people need to understand that media freedom is not a luxury, and each story, including each elections, they come with its own challenges. And already we know that during elections, because people are contesting for votes, and now it has become, things are done differently, because even people stand as independent as compared to when we were there as journalists. We would have political parties instead of independent journalists. So the threats are more, but what is important is the newsrooms have to define the safety protocols for their journalists, and especially the journalists that are doing field reporting. I'm glad when I was there was no Twitter, there was no, not that I'm old, but yeah, when I was there were no, is it Ginseng or something? Yeah, things were different, and Madlanga Commission people would wait for us to report on it tomorrow, not now when things are now being told as we go. So this also leads to misinformation. And misinformation, not only newsrooms have to deal with it, including politicians. We need platforms where newsrooms, politicians, and anyone that is influential to deal with misinformation right away, because if misinformation dominates true stories, that it means voters will be misinformed, and it's our responsibility as well as journalists to ensure that voters get the right information. So for me, press freedom is not a luxury. It's not a luxury even more during elections. Newsrooms have to ensure that they've got protocols to protect their journalists that are going on in the field. Thank you.
I'm so glad you raised the issue of protocols. We're going to get into that a bit more deeper later on. But when coming to this election, does the IEC think that all the stakeholders have a proper understanding of their roles and the responsibilities when coming to the safety and dispensing of information? Because on the 7th of August, it's the date's going to be proclamated as the election date, and then all the parties have to sign a code of conduct in saying that we're going to be good boys and girls and we're going to behave. Is that worth the paper it's written on? Is it worth the paper it's written on to saying that that we're all going to adhere to a code of conduct?
Is it worth the paper?
I'm putting you on the spot. I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I know. You know, to answer your question in a roundabout way, the fact that we have lawlessness does not make law itself a non-entity. You know, we have to set rules for how society lives, and we cannot give up on setting rules just because a lot of other people don't. You know, we have to have 120 kilometers per hour. And we are not just going to say, well, people don't respect the fact that we have a speed limit. You know, we will just, make it a free-for-all. So, in that sense, I do believe that it is important for standards to be set. And it becomes the responsibility, I believe, of the voters in particular to hold account those who, if there are standards that have been set, are choosing to live outside of those standards. Then they must ask themselves, how can I entrust a person or a group of people who do not abide by some code, some agreement that we have as a society of how to live, to make rules, to make laws, and to run budgets for this society. Yeah, the long and short of it is that we must not give up on setting standards just because some people choose to live outside of those standards. Thanks.
Okay, that's a very political answer. Let me come back to you again. Let me come back to you again. Let's say a party, ABC, starts spewing off at journalists. Can they come to the IEC and they've signed on the code of conduct? What options do the journalists and the media houses and the public have when coming to that? How do we hold them to account? Do we come to the IEC, or do we have to go through other platforms?
The IEC, you know, and this is really not a political answer. The IEC is not a law enforcement agency. You know, it does not have, because a lot of, many of the things that we, you know, the harassment, the physical and emotional abuse against journalists would fit into a crime category, probably crimen injuria, assault, and so on. And those are criminal offenses, you know. So, and they have to be treated as such. You know, in the last registration weekend, there was there was information about councillors or potential councillors being killed, you know, and we, as a communications department, we received a question like, what are you going to do, you know? But, you know, and we have to reiterate that when a person is murdered in South Africa, it is not just it may, the site of the crime scene may be an election, a voting station. The motive may very well be election related, but it's still a crime scene in the South African context, and it has to be dealt with by the competent law enforcement agencies. Lance, if I may, you know, the IEC itself, the IEC staff is many times victimized by the same societies. You know, over this weekend again, the voter registration weekend, we are expecting that there will be voting stations that will either open late or not open at all. And it will not be because the IEC did not do its work. It will be because of communities out there saying that because we are unhappy with political outcomes, we are blocking entrance. You know, nobody in this community should be able to come and vote. The IEC staff will be potential victims of violence against themselves, you know, so you know, I love journalists, and some of my best friends are journalists. You know,
we believe you.
That said, that said, you know, the sentiment that journalists face is not very different to that is faced by electoral commission staff, because we live in a society that we live in. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So Tina, this brings us to you. What legal options do journalists and media professionals have to protect them from these kind of things that take place? Specifically, we'll come to the digital threats later, but specifically the physical threats.
Can you all hear me? Fantastic. So I think the starting point is understanding why legal mechanisms are necessary in the first place. The TRF report that was launched yesterday, SANEF's Safety on Journalists training that it's been conducting, the glass ceilings report that's being launched next week, all point categorically to the fact that there is heightened violence and attacks against journalists during elections. The evidence is there. This then means we need to be doing more to provide legal protections. And one of the things that we've been exploring, particularly with Moxie and others, is this notion of a heightened duty of care and what we expect of our different stakeholders in this time where we know this hasn't caught us off guard. We know every election this is going to happen. So what is it then that we are meant to do? So I will tell you what we can do, and then maybe later in the conversation we can get to some of the more practical things about what we can do. So the IEC is one of the bodies that is there. We've seen that they've got various codes. There's a draft code that was closed yesterday for public comment. And there is an important mechanism within the IEC and for things to be referred to the Electoral Court when journalists are attacked. We are hopeful, and I'm sure Sanef and other colleagues in this room are looking forward to seeing some revisions to the present draft code to ensure that it includes the appropriate protection mechanisms for journalists, as was previously discussed. It's an important mechanism for journalists to be able to go through the Electoral Commission and to the IEC court to say political actors cannot treat us this way. It is unacceptable. We then obviously have our law enforcement mechanisms, which is 100% accurate. We may need to support them with some training from time to time, particularly when we get to the online components of it. But where there is criminal conduct, SAPS must intervene. And where they are not, we must then hold SAPS accountable. That mechanism must hold in order to safeguard our journalists. We then have different reporting mechanisms around the platforms, but we'll get to that later. And then there's simply just litigation. Do we need to go to court and run to court every time a journalist is attacked? That becomes quite unwieldy and often quite just simply not feasible. So we need to figure out mechanisms like we've been talking about SLAPS all morning. What different mechanisms do we have where we can protect journalists to give them legal protection far quicker than a lengthy, drawn-out court process? We can get urgent interdicts to say you can't do this against this person. Our courts are being increasingly strict with urgency, and it's not always easy to get into court on an urgent basis. Journalists are then scared because as soon as they say they're going to court, they make themselves an even heightened target or at heightened risk, and that becomes difficult. Then when we say, all right, let's get you a protection order. This is meant to be swift. This is meant to be easy. The last protection order I did took 18 months, and that person had a lawyer. And it shows that the legal mechanisms are not always as feasible. So I would welcome conversations, and I understand that sort of PI and other mechanisms and colleagues from TRF are also trying to think about what can we do to trigger quick legal responses in this context. We have the evidence, we have duties to protect this group, particularly during this time. Our systems are not working very well. Have you lost me? Can make use of legal remedies, but legal processes are slow and not always the best option that we have available to us. Sorry, that was a bit doom and gloomy. I've got some more positive stuff a bit later on.
So if the legal process is long and cumbersome, what's the shorthand? What can be done? Like maybe a phone call, escalate it up if it's a political party?
So I think that's kind of where the IEC comes into play. The IEC needs to be holding political parties and candidates to account. If they are the ones who are instructing, perpetuating, financing, or enabling any harm towards journalists, they are then in breach of their code, and their ability to run needs to be not necessarily curtailed, dependent on the harm that is caused, but there needs to be that mechanism which should be far quicker. In the context of elections, if those who are running for office are causing harm, they must be accountable. And that mechanism, so the Electoral Court in and of itself probably needs a quicker and swifter mechanism, which Sanef and others have advised the IEC they should consider as well.
Thanks. Opal, do you want to add anything to that? Because specifically that, how do we protect journalists without necessarily going through the legal route?
Yeah, what we do sometimes, and we've done this several times, where we've managed, as leaders of the SANEF, they would then call, say, the IFP. Leaders sit down and have a conversation with them outside of the public face, if I may put it that way. And then we know, because we know then if the leader is the one that understands the pain and the suffering of journalists, I don't know what, it comes and it goes. So after we had failed to convince the EFF leadership, there was a lot of harassment of journalists. But there came a time when there were what you call friction within them, within them, then that's when we got a chance to say, about that point of being harassing of journalists, can you do something about that? And suddenly, they realized that if these journalists are beginning to talk to that faction now, so it's not helping us, we also need publicity of sort. So they started wanting to have access to these very same journalists they were unhappy with or wanting to hurt. So sometimes it takes that level of engagement. When the opportunity is right, then things might quiet down. That's another level. But also we are beginning to ask the newsrooms, the news editors, the editors, to say when you are sending out the journalist, prepare that journalist. Make sure that they, as they go out, they know which word they are going to cover, not just go around. Even if they are covering 6 or 5 words particularly, for example, let them know and prepare in advance to know the role players in that, the political people, the stakeholders there. And also know somebody who can safeguard you. You know, when some journalists who went to Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, at the height of violence there, those that some survived just because they knew I was looking for a nicer word. That's why I paused. I didn't want to call people warlords. But also reverence. There were people who were trying to facilitate peace. So there is a journalist who got out of that area from the witness in the area. And by just running into the house of a priest who they knew was very well known and was a quiet facilitator of peace. And he was able to drive out with that journalist to get them out, because at that time, even the journalists were seen as an enemy because you wrote against the IFP or you wrote against the ANC, and therefore they were seen to be partisan. So we have to do that and prepare and do what we call risk assessment to make sure that the journalists get to know in advance. We even tell journalists, you must know how far is a clinic, you know, how far is a hospital, so that when we are injured there, you exactly in that direction you to run to. And know where's the police station. Know where's not every police is against you. So you can be able to get to the police and be able to get help. So there is no story big enough for your life. Make sure that you know those basics. So those are the ways as well that we try to say safety should be the responsibility of as much for the responsibility of the journalists and also of the newsrooms. So those are the things that we can. The issue of what Tina was talking about, you know, that's an after effect, and you would have been harassed by then. You would have been kicked. You would have been beaten up. You know, but try to avoid even getting to that stage of being beaten up.
So my point is, how important is it to be street smart as a journalist?
You know, for me. I call journalism a calling, and we have different journalists who do different things. And there will always be that journalist who want to be in the middle of the fire, regardless of knowing that I might be killed because wants to tell a story. And for me, I think for elections especially, there must be a coordination between media, electoral bodies, police and civil society in terms of how to protect journalists. And whatever that has been agreed on, it must be published. Everybody must know about it. Different newsroom must talk to. These bodies have come together and how to treat misinformation, because if we can't deal with the threats and misinformation, the reader or the voters will not know what is the right information and what is not the right information. So several bodies must come together, and that information must be made public everywhere and where is possible to make sure that people know that these journalists are protected. To know a police station, you may know where the hospital is, you may know where the clinic is, but if people, if people cannot understand that they have to protect journalists because they're doing their work, then we'll never win.
Thanks. Fikile, does the electoral officers, do they know that, specifically at ward level, do they know that the roles of journalists, are they properly briefed when we come to into the voting station, what the role of journalists are and given access?
part of the, at least we have a capacity in the Electoral Commission of conflict resolution officers, persons, you know, and the role, as the name implies, is to identify potential conflict zones, identify individuals that I think Hopewell would have been referring to, you know, those community leaders who, or people in the community who have enough gravitas to at least be given an ear by parties that may have grievances, you know. But it is a preemptive office, you know, identifies potential and identifies what could be a source of conflict. You know, for example, the ward demarcations process, which is managed by a different state entity, is often made, the IEC is often the fall guy for if a ward has been changed. And in some rural areas in particular, you find that there are historical faction fights. Now, two entities, two clans, who have been at odds for hundreds of years, you know, are now part of the same voting station. So when they go to the voting station, there's potential that the Radebes and the Malefanis, when they meet there, they would remember, you know, like in the Kung Fu movies, somebody killed my, you know, you killed my uncle 20 years ago, and, you know, something like that. No, so you need somebody who will at least be able to say to the entities that we recognize that you have historical grievances, and recognize that this could be a potential clash. How can we solve this? You know, and the communities may find a way of resolving, or at least you know, having what's this thing that Trump and everyone have been having many times, where they are not at war, but they will go back to war later on. Ceasefire, yeah, that thing. You know, so you might have a ceasefire for the elections, and then you'll get back to your battles later, whatever the case is, you know. But it is a mechanism that recognizes that conflict is inherent in communities, and that unless you are planning and preparing for it, you know, it can catch you in a bad way.
Yeah, it's a shorthand, like what Hopper was saying earlier on, that people must do their homework before they go to the wards. So this is a thing that can be brewing under, and you must be aware before you get there that this is the story that's at play. Digital threats, Tina. How real is it, and how real is it when coming to the escalation in the real world? Because I predate the internet, and many of us here, and something, when it comes to the predating of the internet, it's just, for us, it's something online. It's not part of our lives, but it's not part of the ecosystem of younger people. For them, the digital world is as real as the world that we're sitting in right now. How real is it? How real are the threats online, and how real is it when coming to translating offline? Because I've mentioned the threats internationally, but is it real here in South Africa?
Thanks, Lance. It's a great question, and I appreciate I may be one of the younger members on the panel, but I'm also not really on social media, so I'm not always best to speak to these, but I've tried to navigate a lot of the legal issues around it. The threats are unbelievably real and quite scary. They are gendered more often than not, And they often spill from the online world into the offline world. We've had cases in the past where journalists have been doxxed. Doxing means when you share personal information about someone else online. This then led to journalists receiving death threats, rape threats, people wanting to go to their homes. And that's a very quick bridge over from the online world to the offline world. Being persistently harassed every time you post or comment, and there are hundreds of thousands of people commenting or sharing or posting on that, can be brutal for one's mental health as well. And what we've seen, particularly in some of the research that's coming out next week in the Glass Ceilings report, is that this ends up silencing journalists. They then don't want to speak because of this risk of being defamed or harassed or targeted online, because it just becomes so unworkable. And that silencing then detracts from the ecosystem entirely. We are also seeing, with the creation of AI, different forms of harms where people's bodies or faces are being superimposed onto other bodies, or fake images are being created, or synthetic images are being created, and that becomes very difficult to decipher and see. But that again just makes people not want to engage in this space. And when a significant portion of our population is getting its news and information from social media, not traditional media, these spaces. I'm having such bad luck with this today. And it makes it difficult for journalists to do their job. So the threats are real, the evidence is abundant. Real 411 and others have seen this time and time again. During elections, journalists are targeted both on and offline, and more steps are needed to be taken to protect them. But it links again to the conversations that we've been having about the sort of proactive and reactive measures. It's not to say that everyone else must fix it. Journalists must also take steps to safeguard themselves, make sure their digital security, they are engaging on platforms are useful, the way in which they're gathering evidence of these types of harms. First, if someone is attacked physically and there's evidence of it, that can be used in court. Now, the types of evidence we need to gather for court is different as a form of evidence, and journalists need to be trained and equipped to do that themselves. I'm so sorry, I'm so bad at this.
No, just speak straight into the mic. Okay. Okay, thanks. Moiponi, how this thing of silencing journalists online, because all journalists, most journalists are trained. We do the facts, we report what is seen, we take these things seriously, like the witness A said this, witness B said that, and it was witness C said this, and then we formulate our story. Does it also kill editorialization of journalists? For example, if you've been covering a beat for X amount of time, and you're an expert in, like you were a political editor, you were the expert in the politics, doesn't kill your ability or limit your ability, let me use a better word, to editorialize on social media, or when coming to these kind of points of view? If you got under attack like this from the outside.
Yeah, but for me, I think this speaks to the issue where people say newspapers are dying. And remember, the old way of doing journalism is different from how journalism is being done today because of AI and so on and so on. So this speaks to how do we do our work in such a way that we continue to be trusted? Because if we believe and we don't deal with misinformation will make even voters not to be able to choose the right political party that will deal with their issues. Misinformation will make public not to trust us, because when they find out that what is out there is not true, whether it's about me as a journalist or it's about the information that we put it out there, the trust is gone. So it's very important to counter. It's very important for every newsroom to have a strategy to say, this is how we're going to work, and this is how we'll put our information out there. I think I've seen quite a number of online TV stations that are publishing on Instagram, and also there are some that are just publishing on X. Like, you'll be sitting in a meeting in a boardroom where it's a board meeting, already somebody from X is sending you questions about what is being discussed. And that tells you there's one who's losing in the boardroom and is using this social media people. And this is for real. I was in a board meeting yesterday, and the next thing, we get questions from somebody who calls himself an investigative journalism. When we check, that person is a ex. And if we don't answer, and already had put a paragraph of what is happening in the thing and saying in the board meeting to say this is a developing story. So we need to counter all that. We need to say, as the people who are in a meeting, or if it's, how do we put out proper information that will counter what they are trying to do. Thank you.
Thanks. No, I think you did well. Thanks, Opal. When coming to this thing of disinformation, how do we counter the disinformation? Because the disinformation is getting very sophisticated. It's, as Moiponi says, it goes. You have to be reactive to it, because the bad news spreads faster than the correction. How do we counter that? Because and how dangerous is it?
Every institution, organization faces the issue of disinformation, and many times we find people saying that, oh, SANEF has said nothing about this. You know, they're supposed to be the guardians of ethics and so on, and they have not done that. So what we then do is that we have to respond, because that in itself, it means we are not being seen to be acting responsive to these things. But I don't see us being able to just stop it. There are people who tend to thrive on telling lies or being able to pick up anything that has been, and they know that they've got a platform on X or Facebook, and immediately they start pushing it forward as if it's a fact when it's not. We've been privileged. I tend to bother our colleagues from Africa Check if some things are not great, and I send it and say, guys, help. When we go out training, I've been telling people that I used to have an uncle, may his soul rest in peace, who, when he got something on Facebook, or on WhatsApp, before he pushes up, he would send it to me. Hey, Mshana, is this thing true? You know, and no matter how trivial, but is this thing true? But I appreciated that he at least had somebody that he could trouble to go and check for him whether this is true or not. And then I would say, no, that's or that's fake. Don't worry about it. Don't worry yourself. Then you'll say, I knew you'll do this. You'll get it right. So I even asked. I think Moxie had young people from high school here once, and they were saying that, and I was saying, guys, be very careful, because it is you who then perpetuate this disinformation by just pushing it to so and so, pushing it to another friend, and the friend pushes to another. So I'm saying double check, cross check the information before you do that. So I think also we should play also our role in terms of educating the public and making sure that it's such things that do not happen. One last point, talking about journalists sometimes being afraid to even be seen to be standing up against intimidation and just wanting everything to quietly go away. We wanted to write a statement in support and in solidarity of the journalists that March and March had picked up their pictures and put it on social media, Facebook and others, and literally told their members that we should be careful of these people. Imagine that we should, and they put a face and picture of these people. Some of them were in Cape Town, so we put these cases together and wanted to talk to the journalists that faced this thing, and we wanted to write a statement. Believe it or not, they were asking us, no, don't put my case there, don't put my case there. No, I'll rather not, I'll rather not be pushed around by these people. They will attack me, and these are journalists. So not all of us are brave. So at the end, our statement only mentioned a few cases because we wanted to sort of mention them all in that statement. So we ended up mentioning just a few statements and using that as an example of what is happening with social media and parties, including this NGO or this March and March, beginning to intimidate journalists using social media. But you can imagine that if even journalists were saying, one newsroom said, don't take the example of a lady that had been harassed. They said, can you just take this case, another case, because they had two cases there, of harassment. And they chose that because the other one was a male. Said, no, a guy will be able to withstand whatever much and much throws at them. But please, this lady has already been intimidated and harassed. You know, one incident is enough. So just to show that even as journalists, we are facing that situation when you want to stand up and in support of others and collaboration in solidarity, you find that journalists are scared to see themselves being examples of what is happening.
Yeah, Fikile, we're coming up on an election now, and what we're finding is that we have audiences that have moved totally digital. Have you put enough resources in the team to counter this kind of thing with when coming? Because sometimes these things break at 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you have enough resources in your team now as compared to the previous election with regard to those digital teams?
We have put a team. Whether it is enough will be tested. We have a digital engagements team. We have people whose primary job is to look out for disinformation. We are, I think by the end of this month, July, we will have something close to 20 individuals who are part of the digital team that is looking at disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and countering it. We have the golden hour rule, where the standard is that we would have responded to misinformation or whatever that we are seeing on digital platforms within an hour. Hopefully, much shorter time than that. So the short answer is that we are very alive to the realities and the rapid nature of online disinformation, that we have put systems and human resources to help with that. Of course, you know, it will be remiss not to mention the fact that the partners that we have here on the wall play a very critical and important role in ensuring that we are able to push back against this disinformation processes. You know, the meltwaters, all of these entities help us. The ecosystem is very important to ensure that the Commission is able to identify and respond to misinformation and disinformation in a timely fashion. You know, and I say timely because, you know, it would be great if we responded with speed, but speed is not always the best way to respond to things, because you can miss a lot of things because you're rushing to do it quickly, you know. So I'd rather that we respond in a timely fashion, recognizing the agency of what needs to be recognized or what needs to be done, but to do it in a way that sets us apart from those who are peddlers of disinformation. I think the colleague who was presenting from Stellenbosch made the point about pigs and the mud, you know. So if we you know, and Miponi just now mentioned somebody who uses the social media for nefarious ways. You know, you cannot play their game and win. You know, so you have to play in terms of your own rules, and besides, we are held by different ethical standards, or we should be held by different ethical standards. We can't just do stuff because other people are doing it. You can't just tell them that, shut up and stop harassing me. You can imply it, but you must use different language even when you want to say that, because our standards are different.
Okay. Sorry, can I take a question? Yeah, you're gonna need. Do you have?
Thank you very much for a really, really fascinating panel.
Sorry, name yourself and
I beg your pardon. Yes, my name is Dimitri Martinez, MCM Digital Media. The one organization, so a contribution and a question, if I may. The one organization that is missing from the discussion here today, and possibly even the panel, is the Independent Communications Authority, ICASA, which has a code of conduct for the licensed broadcast. So certainly, that would be one of the additional sort of security measures, as it were, or restraining measures. But the question for me, have we as voters, let alone as media professionals, gotten our head around the fact of independent candidates now that are part of that are contesting elections? Political parties may have some form of sort of restraining power over their own membership. But, when we're talking about independent candidates, I don't know, do they sign that important piece of paper? And how, what sort of rights do people have? And I guess that's really the question.
I think that's for the IEC. And just to be, as he's taking notes down, out of the 10,000 seats that are available for councillors, there are 100,000 candidates. And that's what we're looking. So it's 100. If there are hundreds of people looking for one job, so and it's pretty contested. Say, am I right? The mic. Yes, thanks.
Thanks, Dimitri, for that question. The answer is yes. Anyone who wants to participate in the local government elections and in 2029 in the national and provincial elections must, as part of their signing up, sign the code of conduct. It's obligatory for candidates and political parties to sign the code of conduct. Just perhaps an addition, that I think that we say a lot about the role of the media, the role of the IEC, and now of the Independent Communications Authority. But if we were to think of the vote as, political parties as entities selling something, and us as voters as buyers, in the same way that we must hold if a company says we are selling you televisions, and they say and the TV will last you 5 years, and after 3 months the TV has broken down, you'll be able to hold that company accountable. So it is important, I think, that voters become much more active and not make it about it's not the media. The media has a role to play, but I'm the one who is choosing this candidate. I'm the one who's choosing this political party, and therefore I would like to see an engagement where civil society or civic associations, ratepayers organizations, and so on become part of this conversation? How are we going to hold those we are going to elect accountable for the things they say? How are we going to ensure that we demand to be treated with respect as voters? Don't come to us and just say anything just because you want to be elected. Don't take us for idiots. That we want to be regarded as intelligent adults. That is why only people above the age of 18 can vote. There's an assumption there that you have the right cognitive abilities to recognize what needs to be done, what's right for your country and what's not. So if communities are not engaged, if communities are sitting back and making it about the media, we then get back to what this panel is about, that political parties think that they can attack the media because the media is a soft target. But if communities know that this community will not vote for us, this community will not vote for me because of how I behave, then it becomes a different conversation, I think.
Thanks. We need to round up. So we're going to go from Tina down. We're going to ask what's the one thing that we can do for, I know there's a lot of things that we can do for journalism safety, but what's the priority if one of the practical things that can take place for journalism safety for this election?
It's the ecosystem. We all need to be part of this. The independent candidates, the political parties, the IEC, ICASA, civil society, the lawyers, the police, the courts. That whole ecosystem collectively is far stronger than any individual acts of harassment or intimidation or harm. And if that holds, that's fantastic. And in many ways it does. The world is scary, the world is chaotic, the online world is even more scary and chaotic. But when this ecosystem holds, elections are viable and we access information and we make informed decisions about who we vote for, hopefully. But I think the ecosystem has to hold. It's not one component, it's the sum of its parts, and we all need to be better at communicating with one another about that rather than just blaming one another when things go wrong. So if we can work together, I feel very confident that it will be rocky, but it will be okay.
Okay, thanks, Moiponi.
Newsrooms have to be proactive. They need to gather everyone that can assist in protecting their journalists. That will be civil society movement, police, and political parties, as well as the IEC. We also need to look at what has worked in the past and what has not worked, and how those that are attacking journalists are upping their games in different elections. So everybody has to work, we all have to work together in order to make sure that journalists are protected, because if they are not, the citizens will have misinformation, and with misinformation, it means we are killing democracy. Thank you.
Thanks. Opal?
Thank you. I think the campaign we are running at the moment, and it's also for the benefit of journalists, is to say, please report these things. Because when we're going to go to Parliament and say to the portfolio committee of safety and say our journalists are being attacked, and they say, show us, you find out we don't have even the stats to prove that this is worse. So, and journalists do want to play macho and say that, but when you look at it, by refusing to report these things, they are disarming us as well, because we don't tend then to have the weapon to sort of be able to campaign for their freedom and for the safety of their environment. So if we could impress upon journalists, if you really want to help others, please report this. Whether it's Real 411, it's Mars, or any other platform that we are trying to create. And those that report gets to have something reported. We got, during the COVID-19, a police officer suspended and lost a salary for 2 months. It was the only case that we got something great. But the provincial commissioner of the Western Cape was able to discipline that police officer who harassed a female journalist during COVID when she was out there working. By just reporting, it was, by the time we were complaining to the National Commissioner, by the time we were complaining to the President, as the Editors Forum, something had been done in the province already, where because it was just obvious, it was recorded, it was in a glare of television cameras that happened. So action can only be taken if journalists are also doing something about it. Thanks.
Thanks. Fikile?
I think journalists must not make themselves exceptional in a violent society. Journalists must recognize that we live in a society that is violent, that is misogynistic, and that is all sorts of bad things. And we must hold political parties and candidates to standards that the kind of society we want to live in, not just for journalists, but for everyone, that it is important that political parties know that our values as a society are the following, and therefore any party or any candidate that does not appreciate that we are a society that is making the effort to move away from racism, from sexism, from homophobia, and all other evils of our past and a lot of our present, is a party that does not, that should be flagged, you know, and because I think that the unintended consequence of making this about journalists is that you are setting them apart. You are putting them you are treating them as a special category of people who experience certain things, and you make those who are already indifferent to journalism and to journalists think that, well, that is a good reason to attack them. So we must live out our values as a society, and the duty to protect and care must be for all, not just journalists.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thanks. I think Tina has to run. We have to, yeah, sorry. Okay, so there are a couple of things that we have to look at in South African society. The PKTT have over 400 cases of political killings in South Africa. They've identified 175 assassins, at least 42 masterminds. This is the kind of society that we stay in at the moment. I've done a count on how many mass shootings there have been in Cape Town alone. We're sitting at over 20 since the start of the year. Murder rate in the Western Cape alone, between January and April, not May, not June, not July, is 981. And this is supposed to be a well-performing province. So when we report, there's a group of people that's missing in this room. It's called the working class. It's also called the poor. So we have to be consistently conscious of the people that we broadcast and we write for. We have to put them at the center. And we have failed as a media. Looking at the last election in terms of media coverage, and this is from the IEC stats, only 1% of coverage by media went to voter education. Can I call on us to actually apply ourselves to do voter education? How to vote, how votes are counted, how does the seats and the algorithms work? It's that basic, because if we don't do that, it's going to be left up to rumor, conjecture, trolls to tell people and lie about people, because they're going to use their ignorance against them. We have to do it very basic. We have to go back to 1994. How do people vote? How are votes counted? And how are seats calculated? And that will go a lot to negate this kind of, and to define our role in society. We have to define our voice in society. Thanks, that's my 5 cents when I have the podium. Thanks, T. It's up to you.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for what has been a rich and insightful discussion. If there's one thing we have heard today repeatedly is that protecting journalists require action. We cannot respond to attacks that we do not document, nor can we address patterns that we do not understand. This brings us to MARS, the Media Attack Reporting System, an important initiative of Moxie Africa that seeks to monitor, document, and respond to attacks against journalists and media workers. I am delighted to introduce Nsako Mangai, sorry for the butchering, our program manager for community building and engagement at Moxie Africa. Nsako is deeply committed to creating meaningful spaces for engagement and collaboration and has been instrumental in building and strengthening the communities that underpin Moxie Africa's work. His passion for people-centered approaches and collective action makes him the perfect person to talk to you about this important initiative. Help me welcome Nsako to the front.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Zakumangani, as Tino indicated. So mine today is not so much. Mine today is not so much. It's just to speak about one of the important tools or important innovations that we have come with as Moxie Africa. So often when I'm talking about mis and disinformation attacks on and harassment on journalists, people will ask me this question: what do we do? What do we have? What are we doing about this thing? Because it's there and there's nothing can be done. As one of the speakers indicated that, you know, we are not going to stop mis and disinformation, harassment of journalists online, and even incitement of violence is there. And we know how the social media platforms works, and this is some of the things that we are trying to come up with and try to mitigate some of these challenges that we have. And today I'll be speaking about MAS, of which is stand for media attack system. So the purpose of MAS is a tool that for reporting attacks against journalists, as we have seen in the recent past, in the past couple of years, that the increase of attacks on journalists have become so much. Each time when we go, I've been working very close with some of these projects, as Tina indicated. I've seen lots of attacks. There's no day that I'll go into any social media platform and not see an attack on one of the media people, of which majority of them are journalists. So this is an online attack, as we see these online attacks increasing. So we need something that we can respond with. And MAS is one of the platforms that we are coming with as Moxie Africa to respond, so that we can get response from government and also technology platform. As you know, that these technology platforms are partly responsible for some of the things, because we know that how the architecture of social media platforms, that some of the things are problematic by design, and we need to start working with these platforms so that they can come up with platforms that are safe and that are reliable for journalists to work on. So the goal of MAS, it was built to so that we can have a public record and archive some of these attacks that journalists are going through on a daily basis. Okay. What does MAS does? So MAS provide a reporting tool for journalists and media supporters. So if you're a journalist, you can go to MAS, create the platforms, and then report some of these attacks that you are going through. And even some of us who are not journalists, but we are the media support, we are supporting people in the space, we can actually go there, create platforms, and then report some of the things that are that we see on the things. And then we also create a common and anonymous archive attacks. So you can also create a common and anonymous. So when you go there to MAS, you can always, create you create a space where you can archive all these attacks. And then also MAS allows journalists to store their own incidents. So you can go and create your own profile where you can archive your own accident. Have a profile where you can say, I have this accident. These are the accidents that have been attacked, because it's so difficult to come out there and write some of the things that you are being attacked. It will be difficult, but this platform helps you to archive the things in your own. Even if you don't want the public to see these things, you can create it and have your own profile where you can see your attacks, and then the archives will be there. So, and this, what it does, so it transforms these individual reports into collective evidence. So what we have experienced in the last couple of years, journalists will always come out, or the media practitioners will always come out and say, we are being attacked online. There is this and this and this happening online. But we always lack evidence, or at least a collective evidence, a database that we can use, all of us. You can only imagine how many journalists we have in the country that are being attacked on a daily basis. But we didn't have that collective evidence where all this evidence can be taken together and say, this is the evidence. Because as we're sitting here, we can say as individual journalists, and we have partners that are part of SANEP and all these organizations. But the evidence is always all over the place. Some of us who are very close, we can see that the things are happening. But what about the people who want to do advocacy on the things? It has always been difficult to transform that, those perspectives or those attacks into something that can be tangible and be used going forward. Okay. So online harassment in South Africa. So some of the recent studies have indicated that over 60 to around 74% of journalists face online harassment on social media platform on a daily basis or over time. And this is very scary. It literally means that almost every journalist that does public interest journalist or journalism, they get attacked. Unless if you are not there, you are not engaging, you are not putting out stories, you are not in public interest journalism, you're probably not attacked. But we have seen majority of those journalists that are doing public interest journalists, they get attacked each time when they post something, because people have got, just to give you an example, there was a journalist, she works for Sowetan, and then she published a story around the city of Johannesburg. Recently, the case just happened. So she published a story. She went and do investigation, and she published a story. And she was attacked by the support of the mayor of city of Johannesburg, because she exposed some of the corruption that is happening and some of the dealings that the mayor of city of Johannesburg was dealing with. And then after some months, the court went and ruled against the mayor of the city of Johannesburg, and she came out and said, what did I say? So these are the things, because people have vested interest in lots of different areas, and then they go attack those people who are trying to, to fight for the public, which in many cases are journalists. So many of these attacks happen while journalists, they are performing their watchdog duties. So the scales of harassment show why attack needs to be reported and archived and acted on. So this platform is going to help us going forward in terms of dealing with some of the things. So attack on female journalists, this is a very, very, very concerning area. So there are lots of female journalists that are being attacked. So just to give you an example, so last year South Africa hosted the G20, the G20 summit here, and it was so interesting. So in one of the platforms where we are reporting the things, just to Real 411 in particular, we saw a surge in terms of harassment of journalists, and I went and checked why there was so much harassment being attended, and only to find out majority of these people who were attacked or complaints that were reported to Real 411 were female journalists, and over so many complaints that were there. Majority of them, I think 84% of the people which were attacked, were harassed online. In particular, Reditavi, she was busy doing some defending the country and all that. We all know the story around the G20. There were some people who didn't want the G20 to be hosted in South Africa. So there was so much attack. And when you look at the people that were attacked during that time, Reditavi, she was one of them. Katie Kadopodis, she was one of them. So it is very much concerning. And some of the things that were said about them, I don't want, because some were threatened with rape, all sort of attack that you can think of. So it is very much concerning. You end up have a situation where some of the female journalists that I've been following, they will end up switching comments because of the attack that they receive. So this is one of the areas that we need to look at and make sure that female journalists are protected. As I've indicated, that some of the attacks include a sexualized abuse, graphic threat, and all that. So gender-based attack, it's mainly used online, using all these ways and all that against female journalists, unfortunately. So must help us to document some of the things so that when we go forward, we should be able to use this. Okay, why we archive the things? So we turn all these scattered accidents into documented pattern. I know in a few years from now, we will start seeing some of the things that are coming into mass. We'll start seeing the pattern, how many female journalists are being attacked, and which male journalists are being attacked, and why are being attacked. As I've indicated, that lots of journalists that are doing public interest journalists are attacked. So we should very soon to start some of the patterns as we are seeing a little bit of it from. So, and then the second one, support advocacy and accountability and institutional response. So going forward, we should be able to use this information that will be coming from us for advocacy and institutional response with what we have now in PI. We should be able to use PI and use this evidence that will be coming from us just to make sure that we inform policy direction going forward, and then make sure that we enforce platform engagement, and all these partners will be able to come together, come into the table to discuss, because we will have a base, we will have arguments, we will have facts coming from this platform. And then it also helps journalists see attacks as part of the wider problem, because, I mean, if you are alone and you're a journalist and you are being attacked, you think maybe it's something that is happening to you because perhaps you have some people who hate you somewhere. So from us, you should be able to see that it's not only you, but it's a broader problem. Every journalist is being attacked. So I've been looking at almost every journalist that is reporting on public interest journalism. They are being attacked because they are exposing things, more especially in this period that we are in, where it seems like things are falling apart. Everyone is trying to protect, their interests in whatever they are doing. And we know there are lots of things that are not being done in a right way. So they will always be pushed back from different groups. Yeah, so we call on journalists and media workers to report, attack, and safely, because this is safe and consistently. So when we, media people and journalists needs to report as much as possible. They need to report everything that are things that are being done out there, and then we call on to use this archive to demand a stronger protection and accountability. So we are going to use this platform to demand a stronger protection for journalists. I mean, when was the last time we hear policymakers, even government people, people in government calling for protection of journalists? It's hardly. It's because they probably think we're not bringing enough evidence of why do we need protection. Because in many politicians, journalists are part of the problem, because we know why. You expose things that are not, which they believe are not supposed to be said. So let us start building a partnership with the media freedom organization, civil society organization, those newsroom and technology platforms, so that we can, start engaging and making sure that some of these issues are addressed. So let us protect journalists and protect the public to know, the rights to know. Because once we have this platform working, having everything that we need is to be there, we should be able to protect the rights of the public to know and get information that they're supposed to get. Yeah, so I think that was that for me. So let us go look into mass and sign up and make sure that we report as much as we can. This is very much critical from what we have been discussing since morning, because we've been talking about attacks on journalists, freedom of expression, all the things that the media practitioners are going through. And given that this is the election period, we are going into the election, and then we anticipate, as we have seen in the past, that the elections are becoming very, 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 very critical moment in South Africa, and becoming very, very, very contested with everyone, and the social media become playing ground where everything just put in there. A lot of people are going to be attacked, including journalists. And there are few journalists that are not in social media platforms. And I'm not saying that journalists are going to take sides, but the things that they are reporting, because when they report, they are going to be objectives, and some of the objectives that they are going to be, things that they are going to speak about, are not going to be liked by everyone. And they will definitely be attacked. So let us go and use this platform and make sure that we use it effectively, we use it consistently, and make sure that we have all the information, so that when we move forward and then we start shaping laws, shaping policies, and how things are supposed to be in the future, it is there, it is documented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nsako. One of the greatest strengths of PI is undoubtedly its members. Information integrity cannot be strengthened in isolation. It requires organizations bringing different experiences, expertise, and perspectives to the table. Today's lightning talks are an opportunity for us to hear from some of our members that make this partnership possible. Their work reminds us that our approaches may differ, but our commitment to protecting democratic participation remains the same. Please join me in welcoming our valued PI members, Chanel and Asanda.
Right. Hi, everyone. So I'll only speak very quickly. My name is Chanel van der Linde. I'm a senior researcher at the Helen Suzman Foundation, right up the road. And I'll speak a little bit about HSF, the kind of work that we do in South Africa, as well as in the upcoming months, the sort of work that we are planning to do around elections, as well as efforts that we are open to collaborate on and would love to support. The Helen Suzman Foundation was founded in 1993 in order to continue on the legacy of Helen Suzman, who was a parliamentarian during apartheid and, of note, was the only parliamentarian for quite a period of time that advocated for the rights of black people and was, as I like to think, just a general menace to the apartheid government. And at our foundation, we seek to uphold the principles of rule of law, ensuring that South Africa has a constitutional democracy and human rights. So how we do that is through 4 different streams. We do quite a bit of strategic litigation work where we are both an applicant as well as an amicus in matters. Then we do engagement with lawmakers through things such as commenting on submissions, calls for comments, which if you're working in that space you will know is very rough at the moment. The government is pushing through various bills. Which is not great, but anyway. And then we also do events through fostering public dialogue. We have roundtables, we have webinars, and then of course we have our annual memorial lecture. And then we do advocacy efforts around speaking with the media. Often we contribute to news articles. We're not always cited. However, we always encourage for journalists to come forward if they would like more information about something. Even if we aren't mentioned, we just do want to ensure that factual information is going out there and journalists are able to report on matters in a way that speaks to the truth. Because I think oftentimes with legalese, things can get a little bit lost. Our work tends to be quite broad, and we have quite a broad mandate, but how I like to think of our work is that we do work wherever constitutional principles are being threatened. It's regardless of the issue, the political actors, who's the government, because at the end of the day, what is important is that we ensure that we build a constitutional democracy that has institutions that are independent, transparent, accountable, and also worthy of the trust of the public, which is where I think many of our institutions are failing. Just speaking earlier about the journalists as well, and that perhaps we could run to courts for things such as interdicts, but there's a question of if something is respected or not. And that's, I think, often due to a lack of trust in our institutions, especially looking at things such as the Mdlanga Commission, looking at our police. It's not difficult to imagine that it's quite hard for the public to trust our institutions. So in the upcoming couple months, we are definitely looking to engage quite a bit on social media. If folks are making infographics or giving out information about how the elections work, how does voting work, how does seats work, who are the various actors involved in wards, we are looking on social media to be able to spread that information through various channels. We are specifically looking at our roundtable event to look at elections, and that's where we invite a numerous number of speakers as a panel, and we have a discussion. When it comes to the elections, exactly, we have not yet thought of what we would like to deal with, what we would like to speak about. However, I think that the idea of journalists being targeted in electoral violence, not only candidates, is quite an important topic that we do need to address. So, in that way, and then of course if we do observe anything happening during the elections that is quite worrisome, we are most definitely happy to jump in with a litigation, just to put that out there. And then we will be, of course, doing fact-checking in terms of accumulating information. And while we'll try to fact-check ourselves, I think we also, being part of PI, will send information on to Africa Check, send them on to Moxie, and just bring to the attention of the organizations what we are also seeing being circulated, because I think that's quite an important role that we all need to play in terms of dispelling information around, well, dis and misinformation around elections. And that is a little bit, just very quickly, about HSF. Can I speak about the center? I can speak truth. 2 minutes. Okay, and then I'm quickly going to switch hats. So previously, I used to be at the Center for Human Rights, Faculty of Law, University of Pretoria, who's also a member of PI. And I will just very quickly tell you who they are. They are both an NGO as well as an academic body, academic department that offers numerous courses, master's degrees, PhDs, as well as postdocs, as well as short courses. And one of the short courses does include, I believe, information on digital rights. The Digital Rights and Expression Campaign is the unit that looks at elections and does election monitoring. They contribute a lot to reports, especially reports from the Special Rapporteur on freedom of elections, I believe, or freedom of information. And I think somewhere that PI and the rest of us would really benefit from is that the Centre does have observer status at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So should we see anything come up from these elections that we do think other countries need to be aware of, because I think often South Africa is put up as this ideal country where we don't have electoral violence, where there aren't these extrajudicial killings. In fact, we do have them. This is something we can bring to organizations like the Centre, and they are able to present it to the African Commission so that there may be more international pressure on South Africa and on our government to handle these matters. So I think it's very important that we do document these things and give it to an organization like the Centre to bring there. And a few people, Professor Frans Viljoen at the Centre is also a member, advisory member of the UN Human Rights Council, so he would be able to bring these matters as well to the UN Human Rights Council. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chanel, for wearing the two hats. So next up, journalist safety is not only about protection mechanisms, it is about professional standards, ethical journalism, and collective commitments. There are few people who have championed these values more consistently than Reggie. Through his leadership at SANEF, Reggie has continued to advocate timelessly for media freedom, ethical journalism, and the safety of journalists in South Africa. He is not only a thoughtful leader, but also a delight to listen to. And we are privileged to have him with us today to present SANEF's draft code of conduct for journalists. Please help me welcome Reggie.
Thanks a lot, very generous introduction. Doubt it, I'm a delight to listen to. But look, we, just as a quick background, we came up with this code following the last national elections, as you may remember. That last election, we went into the national election and we thought it will all be peaceful, but we saw what happened. We saw journalists being kicked out of primary school in Soweto. We saw a journalist being harassed at the political party rally in Orlando Stadium. The election results center was another movie on itself, going there and trying to walk around to that center. But look, why we developed this, obviously we took from the Electoral Act itself of 98. There's an existing code that it supplements, and we worked based on that code. That's what we shared with the IEC as well, but over and above that, what we're looking at, we have centered this proposed code that journalists are forever being harassed, intimidated, and so forth. And I mean, if you look at what Ntsako presented now, the other worrying thing, when you look at mass and engagement and journalist harassment, is we need to address the other thing that we are not talking so much about it, that why more and more journalists are getting despondent with not reporting these issues and not following them up. And when we take it up, when we speak to them to say, why are you not reporting? They say, so what? And then afterwards, what will happen? I've reported it. We have a weak criminal justice system. Nothing will happen to that. So The purpose really, we have, it's media freedom. That's our job as SANEF. That's what we do 24/7. And voter participation, we have said voter participation primarily because, voters look at us as the media to say, what is the media saying? What is the credibility of our media saying? I mean, if you talking to my mom this morning, she driving here, she's switching between our channel 404, channel 405, 403. So that's voter credibility. That's what they're looking at. And obviously, we're looking at the safety of journalists. We're looking at us as the media being the eyes and being out there. I mean, you look at the picture that I'm using here. It's a picture that we protested outside Pietermaritzburg High Court, where I nearly got into a very physical scuffle with Carl Nihas and Jimmy Manyi. So, yeah, so this is primarily why we do the work, to say we need to be out there for our journalists, and that's what they're looking at. But the last point, if you look at these points, support ethical journalism. And we need to be frank to say ethical journalism is a contestation at the moment in South Africa, particularly with what you hear, the Madlanga Commission, particularly what was out there in public with our former chairperson, particularly the stories that we continue to hear. And this is something that we'll continue to talk about as SANEF, and we'll continue to emphasize to say we need ethical journalism, and we need ethical journalists to be in this profession and be part of it. So yeah, we all know Section 16. It's a Section 16, subsection 2, but it's one that I always say will refer to the Constitution. But you'll see later when I speak about our own responsibilities to say, as journalists, we always look at the Constitution to protect us. And so far it's done well. I mean, we need to acknowledge for the media it's done well for the past, 33 years or so. But it also in there's one thing that the media and we as journalists always skip, is to say, what are our responsibilities when it comes to this Constitution? So, what's our role in these elections, really? I mean, we've just done a very pressurized, quick election training with partners, with MDDA, with the IEC, SALGA, with ourselves as SANEF and MOXIE, where we were really working under pressure from Feb up until end of June. We had to crisscross 9 provinces to train journalists. And these journalists, we were training them primarily because of this slide. This is what they need to respond to. They need to respond to that to say, when they are out there, this is what's expected of them. These are the resources that are available for them, and this is what they need to report on. And I mean, we're proud to say, after all 9 provinces, we managed to reach almost just over 700 journalists that were trained, and we're looking forward to the next 2 months to doing more work with MOXIE and Africa Check as part of PAIA. So, responsibilities. I mean, this is a hard one, and I think it was referred to during the panel. I mean, the example that I gave earlier, I mean, the MK party comes into the fold. The last election, they organized this big rally at Orlando Stadium. Journalists are there, and as their leader, entering the stadium like some sacred cultural leader, and journalists were harassed and pushed. I mean, the late Babatso Mosamo was right there trying to capture Zuma entering that stadium, and the political party didn't take any responsibility. To try and move her out of the way, his security guards had to grab her by her breasts to say, we're trying to move you out of the way. So these are the kind of things that we deal with, and these are the kind of things that political parties are refusing to acknowledge or to deal with, or to say there's a problem, and it's a problem that we need to address. So this, Ntsako touched on this, but I mean, when you look at these, the question again that we need to ask ourselves as we live here, as we go towards November 4, is we keep on talking about all of this, but as we sit here, there are more fake accounts that are being established, being paid for, and we don't know who's paying for these fake accounts. And those fake accounts, they go out there to target. I mean, we released a statement almost, 3 weeks ago on Hajra Omaji, simply because she did fantastic work of linking March and March and MK Party. And instead of engaging Luke Feldham as the editor of Business Day, they decided to go after her, and they went online. And all the supporters of the MK Party came in to say, okay, she's trying to expose us, and this is what we are going to target here. And we just spoke about this. So you look, if you read the code fully, this has been a problem, but it's mostly a problem, and we need to call it for what it is. It's mostly a problem with certain political parties. I mean, just on Saturday, I was on a call with about 2 journalists for close to an hour who were in Toyando, and I was just trying to sense out that what is the access and what is the treatment that EFF thing, and how are you being treated there? And there's this thing, Fikile, where not only political parties, South Africans have this weird and peculiar thing of wanting journalists to come and cover whatever they want them to cover, whether it's a service delivery protest or a political party march. But whenever journalists get there, they become an immediate inconvenience. And I always swear so much to say, so what the F did you want us here? Could have done something better with my time if I'm such an inconvenience to you. But that's what we're dealing with. Yeah, this one is quite big, guys. We shouldn't underestimate this, and we should call it for what it is. And we should say, as the media, as journalists, we are not perfect, and yes, we've been called out to say some of our reporting leans towards certain political parties, and it's a debate. I think if you remember some years back, when the Business Day and the Mail and Guardian went public to say these are the political parties they support for the particular election. But if you look at where we at now, where our media is at, I don't think we should be here, particularly when we say we want to regain trust. We're looking at the Edelman Trust Barometer, where it sits us, and you talk to an ordinary South African about the media and the work that we do. Sometimes they don't paint such a good picture of the work that we do. So these principles here, these are things that we need to try and work hard on. And then here I was with the IEC 2 weeks back when they were engaging electoral bodies from Southern Africa, and where I spoke about the work that we do, our relationship with the IEC. There are elections coming up in Zambia later this year, as you may know. But we as South Africa as well, we need to adhere to this, and we signed up to this. I mean, if you look at the principles and guidelines for the use of digital and social media in elections in Africa, part of that, and largely that, you look at what we just submitted to the IEC yesterday, extrapolates to that, communicates with that to say across the continent, our role as SANEF, as members of TIEF, what is our role, and how do we speak out, and how do we carry and promote such guidelines when it comes to the work that we do. And then, briefly, benefits of the code. I mean, if the IEC, we're meeting them on 11 August at our offices, and This is what we want them to, what we want to convince them to sort of look at the benefits of this code. This is what it will do, because what we submitted yesterday did not really cover this entire code, but it covered parts of it. But we want to take it up with them to say this is the benefits of why we need this code going forward. Yeah, that's me. I hope I didn't waste much of your time.
Thank you so much, Reggie. I think we can all agree with me that it is a delight to listen to, right? All right, so our final presentation reminds us that credible elections depend on credible information and meaningful collaboration between democratic institutions and those who contribute to our information ecosystem. We are incredibly grateful to have Fikile Moya joining us today. His contribution to journalism, democratic discourse, and media leadership in South Africa speaks for itself. And we are honored that he has made the time to join us today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Fikile Moya.
Thank you very much for the, I don't want to say it's a disinformational type of introduction, but you know, if I had said those things myself, I would be, yeah, I'd feel embarrassed that, did I actually say that, you know, that, I don't know, anyway, yeah. As things tend to happen, my presentation is embarrassing me, especially after we have just listened to somebody who was a delight to listen to. So, so I'll try. It's fine. Thanks so much. My presentation has been called. Is it there? Okay. The importance of credible information and stakeholder collaboration during elections. And I was thinking that perhaps, you know, if I had my way, I would have added, in the age of artificial intelligence and purposive disinformation, because the credibility of the information that we are trying to share is happening within a particular context that needs to be recognized, you know. So, and of course, by design, collaboration means there's an obligation by not just one entity, but multiple entities to engage in ensuring that what we seek to achieve can be achieved. The Electoral Commission is a constitutional body, a Chapter 9 institution, and it has a constitutional responsibilities. The responsibility in particular is to manage national, provincial, and municipal elections in a way that is free and fair, and then to declare results within the period that is prescribed by the law. No. So misinformation is a critical, misinformation and disinformation. And as I have learned in recent times, malinformation as well. Misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation all have the potential of undermining the constitutional responsibility to ensure that elections are free and fair, and they have the potential of making people unsure whether they accept the outcomes of the elections. And I want to propose here and now that you know, in the context of citizen journalism, the idea of as the scoop, as it then was, has actually died. That being first to break the news is no longer the measure of good journalism. So, you know, what then is I think, you know, the fact that the barriers to entry are so low that, you know, anybody with a phone can and is a journalist makes it possible for any news to be covered within minutes. I think the value of good journalism has rather become that whether the platform can be trusted to provide credible information that is useful and valuable to its stakeholders. I defer to the example of when one of our commercial television stations ran a story of the iconic Orlando West High School burning down. You know, and if anyone knows the importance of Orlando West High in the context of Soweto and South African politics, it was, of course, a very emotional, a big deal that a school that has had such prominent South Africans, a school that is on the same street as Nelson Mandela's home, is burning down. You know, and I can imagine newsroom leaders elsewhere chastising their journalists for why did you miss this important story. As it turned out, it was fake. The school was not burning. The entire thing had been an artificial intelligence project. No, now, what that at least represents is that we are getting better and better at artificial intelligence, and that is not necessarily a good thing. You know, we have anybody with access to a digital phone being able to create news that can make people emotional, that can create discomfort and really, you know, whose potential is unlimited. You know, so what then can we do as a society in that kind of context? I argued here earlier, and I'm going to argue again, that it is important to differentiate between timeliness and speed. That good journalism and good communications practice, whether it is from the communicators such as in the IEC or anywhere else, is that they must prioritize being timely more than being fast to respond. And here is the difference between timeliness and speed. Yeah. Where is this? Okay. Speed is simply about being fast. You know, it's about finishing ahead of everyone else, getting the story first before everyone else. But timeliness is about, while recognizing the urgency of what you're talking about, it is about ensuring that you report and you share information when you have all the facts that support what you need to say, and that you have the credibility after sharing such. So naturally, timeliness means that you will not say it before others will. Others will scoop you, you know, but you know, at the end of the day, you will remain with greater credibility than those who came first. And I would argue that if the investment is in being credible in the long run, it is better to be timely than to be first. I just want to rush through and perhaps also acknowledging some of the questions that arose from our earlier conversation. No, one of the part of the work of the Electoral Commission communications team is fighting disinformation, pushing back against disinformation. You know, in this regard, we have now a team that has disinformation analysts who monitor, identify, escalate, and respond to misinformation, which is incorrect information, disinformation, the deliberate false and misleading information, and malinformation, which is the truthful sharing, you know, where people share truthful information but do it out of context and for malicious reasons. We also have a content production team responsible for producing videos, graphics, photography, animation, and other media, multimedia content to strengthen the Commission's public communication process. We also spoke about the reaching out to communities. In the financial year 2025-2026, the Commission reached, had 83,100 community activities all around the country where people went to communities and in a language that is understood and spoken by those communities, had conversations about what are elections, how they work. The Commission has hired 257 municipal outreach coordinators whose work, among other things, is to coordinate voter education and stakeholder engagement, support voter registration drives and civic education, liaise with political parties, civil society organizations, traditional leaders and community structures, provide link between the IEC and local communities. We must also, and I'm going to keep going back to this, you know, hold political parties and candidates responsible for what they do, you know. And as a stakeholder, the Commission has conducted 257 political party and prospective independent candidate training sessions around the country. So the idea there is to ensure that political parties cannot say they don't know what is expected of them. The political parties are trained on how to register their parties. The same happens to prospective independent candidates, what is needed to do that. The process also includes the candidate We have trained around 700 journalists from community and commercial media to be able to cover elections in a way that is not ignorant, to be quite blunt about it, to ensure that people know what is what the rules, what laws are at play and so on. But I think maybe in conclusion, to say that as the Commission, we recognize that trust grows when institutions reinforce one another instead of working in isolation. As an institution and with partners, we must never get tired of investing and raising the levels of awareness of the rights and duties of citizens, political parties, and candidates in an electoral democracy. The strength and the weaknesses of our democracy depends not only on the quality of electoral laws or institutions, but on the quality of the information that stakeholders, particularly citizens, receive, and the willingness to protect the integrity of the democratic process. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you so much, Fikile. So we have heard from our speakers, we have heard about information integrity, protection for journalists. The conversation does not end with our speakers. So now I am opening up the floor to you, our participants. We'd love to hear your questions, your reflections, and thoughts on what we have discussed today. So what has stood out for you? Anyone? I used to be an educator. I have this thing of just pointing to people. So it's been a long morning, so many presentations. You're bound to have learned something today. I'm going to pick on people who have not spoken at all today. Are you ready? I am coming for you. Shall I do it? My sister in brown. Yes, William?
Can I ask Fikile, do you have a timeline for the disinformation code? Because public comment closed on it yesterday, and we're anticipating that the President will declare the election sometime next week, I think is the plan. If that's the case, and maybe just walk us through the steps for the code. Thanks.
Don't go far. The answer is short. We do not have the timelines yet. That was going to be the next conversation within the Commission to say, now that we have had the comments, by when should we get back to the rest of society?
Okay. Have questions? Oh.
Thank you. This is a general question on reaching the ordinary voter or citizens. I mean, this work is really, really important in terms of raising awareness among journalism, media professionals.
Recording in progress.
Who's recording? So really, it's just asking about, you know, how is it getting to the ordinary person who's going to have to go and make that mark, has going to make the decision about which party. I know the comment was made earlier about the SABC. I think, if I'm correct, the comment that you made about the SABC only dedicating 1% of airtime to voter education. What is it saying? Whose responsibility is it? How does this, what role can PI and the different organizations involved here amplify all of this important stuff, so that the average person, I mean, I'm just thinking of some of the WhatsApp groups that I'm on. the amount of mis and disinformation that flows through there, just on Madlanga Commission, let alone elections coming up. So really just asking about how are we reaching the voter, but I don't want to only see people as in voting fodder, but citizens who have to make a decision as citizens in a democracy. That's really, I don't know who the question's directed at, but perhaps SABC, the gentleman from the SABC mentioned the 1%. That really does seem to be a very low number. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Bring it there.
Oh, I thought you were going to speak. I thought you wanted to answer.
No, I've got another question. Are you going to answer?
So we have to assign. We have to put our resources in and assign. We have to, as media owners and managers and leaders, that's what we have to do. You know, sometimes we complicate simple things. It's like when I tell my journalists to go out and they start complaining and said, where must we go? I said, yeah, do some journalism. Go and knock on doors. You know, go do journalism. You know, that's what we have to do. We have to set time and we have to set it aside and we have to make it a priority. It's that simple. So we've literally taken our youngest journalists, because specifically those who haven't voted before, and they're going to explain the process to us from their eyes, because it's useless if you've got grey hair doing this, because we've done this before. And they have to explain it in language that other young people can understand. It's not going to be like, you know, we're coming in, yes, from the SABC, yeah, we're doing this. No, it's going to explain it in a younger, communicatable way. We have to meet our audience where our audience is. I'm a big believer in you start with your audience first and you build your product around them. Not, I'm the editor and I'm going to tell you what's important for you. You start with your audience. Thanks.
Can I abuse the fact that I've got the mic? So this is a question to our friends from the media and the IEC and others. And it's this: we've experienced something in the last few months that we haven't experienced since being a democratic state on such a clear level, which is this level of threat of intimidation, to the extent that when civil society wanted to host an event on the 30th of June, it was clear that that was not an option, even though it was in partnership with the South African Human Rights Commission, the CHR, and various others, because people were genuinely and deeply concerned for their safety. We heard earlier Hopewell referring to the intimidation of journalists in relation to the March on March issue. And we know that their rhetoric now is that this is building towards the 4th of November. Right? We know this is going to escalate. We know that government's response currently is ambivalent at best, right? They don't want to call a spade because they either don't want to alienate, or they don't want to offend, or they don't want to be seen to be doing something, or because it suits political ends. Right? Now, the reality is that we are going to see further evidence and incidents of threats and violence using Afrophobia and xenophobia, and which is outright racism, to legitimize particular series of discourses. Now, we know that the PA, Action SA, and MK, and we know about the links between March and March and MK. And so the question is what's the IEC's plan to deal with this? And for the media, it's how the hell are we going to deal with this when there seems to be very little protection for those people, and that level of threat of violence, and like, is Hadra Omarjee going to really do another series of exposés of MK funding? Because this has the potential to fundamentally derail our elections on the 4th, right? In a way that we haven't seen before. I mean, we've seen, and we know about those small events of disruption in wards and areas where there's a lot of political tension, this has the very real possibility of derailing an entire province, right? In KZN particularly, but also here. And the kind of things that we see on social media and the counter narratives to that are nowhere near it, right? SABC, which has the potential to impact this, doesn't have anywhere near the resources to deal with this. So what are we going to do? Like, really, this is a crisis.
I can't answer. But answering as just a citizen that lives in Johannesburg, this is where discourse now comes in. And I think we've mentioned a lot about misinformation, disinformation, but really looking at the current events, mostly about March and March, I think it's a matter of malinformation, accurate information being used with malicious intent. And if our political rights are now at attack, us as citizens need to stand up and say, this is wrong and this is why. Because if our political rights are being inflicted by other people who have malicious intents that have nothing to do with us, and we as citizens are being used as pawns and proxies, this is where we need to stand up and show our initial activism just as people. So it's not always about the institutions and what the media can do, but what we can do as communities, including with the protection of journalism. We are the biggest beneficiaries of the newsrooms and the stories that come out of the newsrooms. How do we then stand together and say that, how do we protect journalists and keep them to providing objective information, accurate information, and as timelessly as possible when we need so. So more than an institutional approach, it is a community and societal-based approach. And with that, we can actually see the protection of our elections, but also protection of journalism themselves.
Yeah, just like the poor that are not in the room, there's also another group that's the most influential, more influential than the media houses that are not in the room. It's the social media companies. And they don't even account to anybody. I'm not a fan of clamping down on organizations and free speech organizations, but their algorithms are made to provide interaction and not accuracy. And it's coming back to haunt us. They're looking specifically to provoke people, and they don't care if it's the lies, truth, they don't care what platforms, who's using their platforms. They have to be regulated. They have to be regulated. They are saying that we are just a neutral platform and people can do whatever they are. It's not. It's a lie. If you have an algorithm that pushes for this kind of for interaction, pushes for lies, that means you're a participant in society, and their weight that they're putting their hand on the scale, and they don't care who wins or loses. They just care for likes and interactions. They have to be held accountable. And we have to have legislation that holds them accountable, not just South African legislation, but the legislation from across the world, because these guys are putting their hand on the scales in different elections. I was just going through my Facebook feed now, and one of the biggest things is now, it doesn't even affect us. City of London has been seen by the USA as a crime capital. The City of London, they've got they've got 1.1 murders per 100,000. That's less than any of the big US cities, but because there's an anti-migration trope that's coming through, and they're pushing it and saying that migrants are responsible for this, for a genocide in London that doesn't exist. So if the UK is struggling with this, and we're struggling with it, and every other country is struggling with this, that means the only option that we have to have is a legislative framework for that. And the people that are put through for the legislation are scary people, because when they've put through, in other countries, they've put through this legislation, and they've put it through to try and clamp down on freedom of speech. And so there's a balance that we have to act over there, but being neutral on this one is not an option. Thanks.
Thank you. Hope will Khadab again. You know, colleagues, I'm showing my age gracefully. Just before the first elections of the country, the level of public engagement that took place was incredible. The media couldn't cope with it. Even just about every school in the township was allowing people to go and have discussions, public engagement, how the people are going to be voting, why there should be peaceful elections, why we have reached this level and therefore should not be the ones that ruin it by being the one that create violence. There just weren't enough journalists to go to those public engagements and what to call the IEC was running out of people to talk to, because in every community where they wanted an IEC to be represented to discuss, the IEC was spread thin in terms of being able to cover and go to be represented in those discussions. But communities went on and continued to talk and argued why in their environment, in their neighborhoods, they would want elections to be peaceful, and they would want to make sure that when people vote, they're not being chased around. I covered some in the Gumzimhlope, Nicefield, and so on, where Peter Sullivan was sending us. We were just cadets at the time. We were just cadets in the newsroom, and we had to go and listen to what people are saying and come back and try to write stories. Not everything was published because the paper just ran out of space to cover all those things. And internet was not there. We would have loved to see our stories being put on the internet so that they could reflect what was happening. I think this is the time where the IEC needs to start doing the same, bringing together all these people who would be signatories to this code at branch level, at ward level, and stretch itself thin and be able to start community to get involved and have those similar discussions. We've got two young people who were not there, who never knew that South Africans can actually sit down and discuss this issue and able to resolve it and create that spirit within them to make sure that in their neighborhood there is peace, that it doesn't happen that people get beaten up or harassed. But we don't see that in these elections going on. That somehow we've lost that spirit of engaging communities. You find it happening on radio a lot, and what you then do, you hear politicians stepping in and accusing even the radio show hosts, of being biased of this or biased, when actually there are conversations going on, which is supposed to fuel the spirit of cooperation, of peaceful coexistence. And that's something that I think, if I was to impress upon my brother here, we need to see those conversations happening. They want, if you were to start 2-3, and then you hope that it will snowball and go on. The radio show host used to host various political parties. Sometimes it was chaotic. I remember already running them with 702. Some of them were very chaotic. isiZulu Radio ran a couple of those, but they got communities talking, they got them engaged, and they served as political electoral education. Sure.
Okay, last one.
What can the IEC do? You'd be entitled to think that I'm dodging the question, and that's fine. But I really think that there's a danger in our society where we are disenfranchising and disempowering people by telling them that it is other people's capability and purpose in life to solve your problems. I didn't get your name, sis. Samke. I think as Samke said, that some things should be community-driven rather than institution-driven, and communities are are being told, whether intentional or not, that someone else will solve your problems. You know, communities are not being trusted with arriving, coming up with solutions to the problems that face their own society. You know, and I'd rather that we would spend our time engaging with societies, and where we can, empowering societies to arrive at the solutions, rather than telling them as institution how this problem can be solved. You know, William said earlier that even the SABC does not have enough capacity, and this is a national broadcaster. What more would you expect of an entity whose reason for existence have nothing to do with communicating necessarily? So communications is an important, but is a small part of what the IEC does. So I would truly would like to see a society where, whether we're talking about COVID, whether we're talking about cholera, whether we're talking about xenophobia, that we trust communities to speak about Is that an announcement that I should, okay, all right. We should trust communities to come up with solutions to their problems and learn from them rather than teach them. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. And finally, bringing us to a close of very insightful event, I would like to call upon Lista Rehoso, who embodies the collaborative spirit that has characterized today's conversation. It is both an honor and privilege to invite Lista up front. Thank you.
I hate to be the one standing between you and lunch, so I'll be very, very quick. This shouldn't be very difficult because my job is very, very simple today. So, on behalf of Moxie Africa, on behalf of Africa Check, on behalf of SANEF, on behalf of TRF, as well as the IEC, thank you so much for coming to this event. The people in the room, the people online, the speakers, I think we can all agree with Tino's sentiment earlier about Reggie being a delight to hear, to listen to, but you can also agree that other speakers were a delight to listen to, no? Well, a round of applause for the speakers. Thank you. And for everybody else who attended today. Folks, if you speak to William, he's going to mention about, dark forces. And I want to borrow that phrase, dark forces, and say that they are busy. The dark forces are busy. They are connected. They are more sophisticated. We also are busy in our various organizations. We are sophisticated, but we are hardly connected. And PI presents this opportunity. The Partnership on Information Integrity in Elections presents this opportunity for us all to be connected, for us all to share the various work that we're doing to ensure that we bring sanity to the information ecosystem, particularly at this very important electoral period when there's a lot going on online, there's a lot going on in offline as well. So we really, really need everybody's concerted efforts to ensure that we safeguard information integrity during this time. This is why we're calling on everybody to please join PI. I think that was my biggest job today, to invite you or try to convince you to join PI. We have many different stakeholders who are part of the partnership. We have research, academic institutions, we have civil society organizations, we have the media, we also have independent members or individuals as part of the group or the partnership. So please, if you're not going to join PI because, for the sake of sharing your work, then at least join PI to get access to a range of different stakeholders who are all doing amazing work to protect information integrity, but also protect those who defend it. And journalists are a critical group. Thank you so much for coming. We hope to see you online. We hope to see you signing up. Please speak to Tino for more information about joining PI. Thank you so much.